Seen the devil in the flesh, talk to that liar. I put in pain, walk through that fire. I draw first blood, get the last laugh. Niggas really want that smoke, bring the gas mask.
I made transition and became clear. Mentally, we ain't even in the same sphere. To level with you, we ain't even in the same tier. You out of shape, we ain't even in the same square. Wait, let me switch speeds, change gears.
I go bananas on the planet of the apes, nigga. Cross my path, better slam on your brakes, nigga. I hold a rat the same hand as the snake, nigga. Before I speak a word, I cut out my own tongue. Before I point a finger, I cut off my own thumb.
The founding of the United States of America was an unprecedented achievement of enormous moral and practical significance. America was the first and only nation founded on the idea that your life belongs not to a king or to the Pope or to the state, but to you, to pursue your values, your happiness. The founders believed it was the government's job to protect this right. On July 4th, we celebrate the founder's vision of the sovereign individual who is free to live by his own independent judgment and to pursue his own life and happiness.
We're taught to celebrate 1776, July 4th, Independence Day for this country. Well, the truth is, in 1776, Black people were still enslaved at that time.
The meaning of July 4th for the Negro. I say it with a sad sense of disparity between us. I am not included within the pale of this glorious anniversary. Your high independence only reveals the immeasurable distance between us. The blessings in which you, this day, rejoice are not enjoyed in common. This, to you, is what the Passover was to the emancipated people of God. It carries your minds back to the day and to the act of your great deliverance, and to the signs and to the wonders associated with that act and that day. This celebration also marks the beginning of another year of your national life. The rich inheritance of justice, liberty, prosperity, and independence bequeathed by your fathers is shared by you, not by me. The sunlight that brought light and healing to you has brought stripes and death to me. This 4th of July is yours, not mine. You may rejoice. I must mourn. To drag a man in fetters into the grand illuminated temple of liberty and call upon him to join you in joyous anthems were inhuman mockery and sacrilegious irony. Do you mean, citizens, to mock me? If so, there is a parallel to your conduct. And let me warn you that it is dangerous to copy the examples of a nation whose crimes, towering up to heaven, were thrown down by the breath of the Almighty, burying that nation in irrevocable ruin.
And you can't stop the rain. You can't stop the rain when it starts to pour. You can't stop the rain. This crazy motherfucker can't stop the rain. Oh, it starts to pour.
You can't stop the rain. I don't like the pussy nigga neither. Keep on talking about a check, so I ain't gotta check it, I ran it up. Nigga ask me why I'm selling dope, and I'ma tell him it's America. Nigga know I'm selling rock, right there, right next to the Beatles. Plug on the 30s up in the mountains, and all of my pistol illegal. Did say I got a record, my shit, etc., etc. Nigga ask me why I'm selling dope, and I'ma tell him it's America. Pull up, left the car running, I ain't shit in the meter. Got a couple gun charges, still up with the heater. Bitches say I got the gas, I just be pumping the diesel. 100 shot red dot, look like that boy got the measles. My ex steady Snapchat, I swear that bitch for the people. Then she call my phone snap. She talk to me like I need her. 4 a.m. I need a package. I got the plug on the cheaper. Bitches waiting on their taxes. I spend that shit on my sneakers. Niggas hating, that's for faggots. That's a sickness, I don't need it. Pop a couple prophylactics. I just be ducking diseases. Allen, now we talking practice. And I got your bitch in the bleachers. 25 up in the mattress. And I got it all off a reefer. Plenty women, I be scheming. Henny giving, Willie beaming. Niggas say that they be winning. They just talking, what's the meaning? Western Union, Lil Kenny. Free all my niggas, I need them. Clash reunion in a Bentley. And that's just a stunt on my teachers. My baby mama say I'm high. Guess a nigga got the fever. Heard he say it, he don't like it. I don't like the pussy nigga neither. Keep on talking about a check, so I ain't gotta check it, I ran it up. Nigga ask me why I'm selling dope, and I'ma tell him it's America. Nigga know I'm selling rock, right there, right next to the Beatles. Plug on the 30s up in the mountains, and all of my pistol illegal. Did say I got a record, my shit, etc., etc. Nigga ask me why I'm selling dope, and I'ma tell him it's America. Like, I don't fraternize with niggas, I'm with the killers and robbers. Keep the ratchet on me, nigga. Playing the cut like a barber. This a fully loaded pistol, and it's just a tiny revolver. Run up on me, think I'm slipping. Come out the trunk with the chopper, 100 round and no banana. We got the guns off a Contra, purple cushion in the camera, put the cookie up in the launcher. Couple homies in the Buick, and I got the stick in the Honda. Porsche roof translucent, I fuck the bitch in the Charger. I heard them talking about the trenches. Half of these niggas be frauding, always talking like some bitches. So I put the folder is noggin, 100 plates, 100 dishes. If you need them, then that's how we talking. And I don't do no co-defendants, so snitching ain't never a problem. Me and Ghost up in the rental, put the coke up in the kennel. I remember them burritos, commissary's different level. Papa looking at a couple, told him it's nothing I got. 38, it got a muzzle, with the 30 up under the bottom. My baby mama say I'm high, guess a nigga got the fever. Heard he say it, he don't like it. I don't like the pussy nigga neither. Keep on talking about a check, so I ain't gotta check it, I ran it up. Nigga ask me why I'm selling dope, and I'ma tell him it's America. Nigga known for selling rock, right there, right next to the Beatles. Plug on the 30s up in the mountains, and all of my pistol illegal. Did say I got a record, my shit, etc., etc. Nigga ask me why I'm selling dope, and I'ma tell him it's America. My shit, etc., etc. She talk to me like I need her. And I'ma tell him it's America.
This is your chance to set things right. Are you here to heal the world or to destroy it? I don't know.
Space age, pimpin', bustin' jug on the internet. Catch a nigga lacking, I've been tracking his IP address. I'm tearing up the timeline. He got shot on Instagram Live, that was cybercrime. Sucker, how you dropping dime, you don't even got a dime. Logged in with my dogs, taught them how to monetize. Got familiar with the algorithms, I'm a mastermind. Playing plots, strategize, I'd rather not fraternize. I've been chasing after mine. Futuristic gangster shit, a nigga going digital. Razor blazing residue, I'm running up the revenue. Wasting all your time, social network so frivolous. Negative attention, ill intentions in the images. Send a signal to my satellite communications. Texting my connection, information instantaneous. I'm famous, but I'm haters hanging on another wavelength. Play it safe and I stay dangerous. It's simultaneous. Break a nigga broad for them bands, I got broadband. Donnie Darko on a dark web, credit card scam. I've been doing business with some foreigners interpreting. Murder scene, made a killing off of cryptocurrency. Sacrilegious sermons on my servers make computers crash. Pull a cable with my fake ID, McLove is super bad. I'm no longer doing bad. Told my order to make a new account and post another ad. I just made 100 racks.
You can compare the Matrix to the real world. In the Matrix, they say anybody can become an agent at any time. If their mind is not unplugged, they become an agent. If their mind is not freed, they turn into an agent. You can see that in real life. You can sit and have a perfectly cordial, normal conversation with somebody for an hour and be fine. And you can mention one of the particular subjects, which they are programmed to hate by the Matrix itself, and they will turn into an agent in real time. And you will see them now start to genuinely, emotionally dislike you as a person. They were your friend for an hour.
Yeah.
Now they hate you. They will turn into an agent. And the Matrix is actually a perfect, absolute explanation of what's happening. And Morpheus says it. If your mind's not freed, you can be one of them. And that's what's happening. And this is why we don't have competing sets of parameters which are trying to argue about which is the best way to run the world. There's people with moral standard and there's people with none. Zero. Empty vessels, agents who are programmed on any given day of what they're supposed to care about. These people can't tell me they care about things. That's what's most annoying about my position, because it's absolutely and utterly weaponized virtue they use against me. They don't like me personally. So they try and find an attack vector. So how do we attack this guy? Well, he's a bad person. How do you call someone a bad person? You weaponize virtue. They're just taking the virtue and weaponizing it and attacking me with it. Me as a person, they're just weaponizing virtue and attacking me with it. It's not even genuine virtue. That's what's so upsetting about it. These people, the matrix-minded people, have so few parameters and so few virtue. Whenever there's virtue inside of them, it's only so they can take it, weaponize it, and fire it at you. They don't give a shit about any of the issues they talk about. They don't care about race. They don't care about women. They don't care about gays. None of it. They take it, they put it in a bullet, and they shoot it at the people they don't like. It's all fake. All of it.
The champ is here! 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 Let's go!
You knocking, better let me in. Gotta grind for it, birdie, grind, no. Gotta grind for it, yeah. My only job is to represent. Gotta grind for it, birdie, grind, no. Gotta grind for it, yeah. You hear me knocking, better let me in. Gotta grind for it, birdie, grind, no. Gotta grind for it, stay. My only job is to represent. Gotta grind for it, birdie, grind, no. Gotta grind for it, stay. I'm not one for the kid in, no. Never had to front just to fit in. Birdie on go, where they go, how they get in, what they wanna know. I don't know, I don't give in. Everybody fighting, wanna talk like a vulture, wanna front like a soldier, wanna talk about the business. Got a little older, got a chip up on my total double. Birdie gets a soldier, this ain't what they predicted. No, I don't get this, didn't realize that I'm gifted. Rap when he beats like it's Christmas. What can he tell us when he's seeming overzealous? I can tell that he jealous, he don't know how to switch it. Can I get a witness? Don't make it up like it's lipstick. Dog, I be up in your district. Catch him in bed, made up with your mistress. Thought he was dead, I ain't one with the fishes. Hold up.
For viewers sensitive to issues of race, be advised that the following piece
The thoughts,
contains
views, and
gratuitous
opinions expressed by
use
this
of the
podcast, as
N-word
well as its hosts,
and
are for
by
entertainment purposes only. I repeat, it is not serious. It is not real. No one is exposing, revealing, indicting, or telling you anything about themselves. Also, we do not encourage you to try this at home. We are trained professionals who do not have your best interests at heart, or our own.
Thorough Brazzy in this mob. Me in this mob. I'm Letty in this mob. Man, we working in this mob. Working in this mob.
Yeah, how you wanna go about it? I'm tired of hearing you talk about it. When it come to flows, man, you know I got it. You know it's real when I spit about it. I don't care how you feel about it. I'm paranoid, man, I feel surrounded, but it's need money, I ain't gotta count it. Especially when all these pounds around me. Know me, I got half the county. Thorough Brazzy, better ask about me. No skis are getting no cash about me. I got boss chicks up at the Kalahari. 7 deep and they down to party. Popping pills, drinking mad Bacardi. They call me up when they feeling naughty. Like hurry up and come put it on me. Like yeah, it's that Brazziness. Like yeah, I'm on my Brazzy-ish. Little mama, she down with this. But money first, I got pounds to flip. That bag is what I be chasing. Mommy impatient, she wanting relations. But I think it's the things that I'm saying. Gotta be smooth, I'm keeping them waiting. Like yeah, girl, I do what I do. You know it's my time, so I move when I move. So many things that I gotta remove. That since it's in me, I got them confused. My only thought, I gotta get to it. My OG's loving the way that I'm moving. They tell me it's always room for improvement. Money and knowledge, I need to pursue it. Yeah, man, y'all ain't out here working, man. Y'all ain't putting no work in, man.
Why you want me flashy?
And we connected, like repping the Poconos, man. Say what you want, man. Come in these woods and play with me, dogs. What's here? Brazzy boy, man, I'm back at it. This rap thing is a bad habit, man. I fiend for it like a bad addict, and I can't breathe like I'm asthmatic. You can't move like it's bad traffic, and I smoke loud and it's fantastic. Half P got my pants sagging with these money knots, but I ain't bragging. Cool brother, they remembering. Rugged gear with them Timberlands. Ladies giving them dividends. Flavor crazy like M&M's. Cheer, I think it's time I rock it. My main concern is to count the profit. Bag venom, it's extremely toxic. Look around, how you gonna stop? Like, homies get it popping, yeah. Like, tough ain't an option here. You don't really want no problems here. We installing all kind of fear. Shiny chrome got a crazy glare, and I ain't busting if it's baby sneer. My OG, yeah, he taught me that. It's a Jew, I hold on to that. This protocol that I gotta follow. Got this Glock and it's filled with hollows. His baby mama, yeah, she love to gargle my unborns, and she gonna swallow. It wasn't hard, it took a couple words. Some Amsterdam and a blunt of herb. From the hood to the woods, I'm repping the Poconos, but I'm from New Jersey, that's word.
I'm trying to tell you, man. We do this all the time. Every day, all day, we work. What are y'all doing? I wrote this in 15 minutes. Scream at me. And we litty in this. Let me get it again, Abe.
Let's go. What's good? What's good? What's good? How I'm sounding? How I'm sounding, man?
What's good? What's good?
Okay,
what's
okay,
good?
okay. We good. We good. I gotta remember to stay a distance. I gotta remember to stay a distance from the mic. Pause. Pause. What's good with y'all? What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? If you don't got a wrench, after I give these shout outs, drop a comment. I'll definitely hit you off with a wrench. Is that a pause? I don't even know. What's good with y'all, man? It's 4th of July. 4th of July. You know, we don't call it Independence. We call it the 4th of July. But I was supposed to go out to a little barbecue and shit. You know what I'm saying? Nah, we don't say barbecue. Cookout. A cookout. But it started raining. So I said, you know what? I maybe that's a sign. Maybe that's a sign. Then I put this live together, and as soon as I was about to go live, 2 minutes before the rain stopped. The rain stopped. You can't stop the rain, but the Most High can. The Most High can definitely stop the rain, start the rain. What's good with y'all? Don Philly in the building. Neo Mind, salute. The Puffy, I see you. I see you. Just me, sunshine, salute. Aaron is in the building. Somebody got to say this shit. What's good? What's good? David, I see you. People, salute. Geronda is in the building. Chase Milano, salute, salute. Tasha, salute. 30 Kenzo's in the building. Sombra, salute. Okay, Lucintor. Listen, man. I got dyslexia and I don't really. Salute. Lucintor. I don't know if that's right. Hunter Rizzo is in the building. Respectfully. Honest Abe, salute. Oh, Tammy's in the salute, Tammy. Appreciate it there. I should have got that one right there. Salute, Tammy. Salute. I don't know. Now I gotta read this one. Trooper. Salute, KT, and all my ladies. Happy. Salute, Trooper. Salute. Trooper must be black. Trooper. There, I just started. Glenn, salute, Glenn. My brother from another mother. Glenn is in the building. Stop. Let me stop. Tensions is high, ladies and gentlemen. Tensions is high. Just be sunshine. Salute. The great race debates is going around. It's trending. I got to be careful what I say. They watching me. The trolls are watching. Sugar Crit, salute. Be careful. You know what I'm saying? You might try to say I'm not black enough. All right. Let me not start. All right. If you don't got a wrench, drop a comment, and I can give you a wrench. Chase Mulatto, salute. You got your wrench. Salute, Sugar Crits. No doubt, my brother. No doubt, man. You from the Bronx, right? You from the Bronx, Chase Mulatto? No, I gotta represent the Bronx. You know what I'm saying? Got to represent the Bronx. Sugar Crits, you good? I got you. Yeah, man. I'm telling you, all this shit going on, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't fail. But yeah, I know y'all see the title. Independence Day. But no doubt. Listen. I don't know. I'm not jumping to no conclusions there. You know what I'm saying? But you know how it goes. They watch it, man. I'm King Tyrant now. King Troll, aka King Tyrant. They watching me. Hunter, salute. I got you, Hunter. They watching me. You know what I'm saying? I'm the poster boy. Man, listen, man. I gotta do a serious topic on my other page, man. I don't know if I should talk about this whole race thing, the N-word. I did that every season. This is the third season, y'all. This is the third season? Yeah, damn near the fourth season. Is it 4 semesters? Fourth semester? A lot of you motherfuckers got left back doing the same. This the third time. The third time, ladies and gentlemen. The first time I had a positive page and I had a troll page, and I had no rules on the troll page, but then people start coming along, and then the race thing got caught up in the troll page, and it happened a big old thing. It's kind of like now, like, you know, these trolls try to question my morality and all that. when they don't understand what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? Just like I don't understand what a lot of you motherfuckers is doing either. You feel me? But I don't run around, you know. So, but like I said, they trolls. I troll a troll. They trolling me. You feel me? That's the only thing I can think of. I don't know if they, you know, really have personal. I don't know if they, you know, hate me or something. They don't even know me. You feel me? So they must be trolls, like, you know, because we'll give you the reason, you know, unless I'm trolling you. If I'm trolling you, you know, but I troll the trolls. So maybe I'm always trolling. Maybe I'm always trolling the trolls. You never thought about that? Man. You never thought about that? So, you know, y'all never thought, like I wonder if the trolls think like that. Like, oh, he's King Troll. You know who he thinks he is. I'm going to troll him. The nerve of this guy calling himself King Troll. I'm going to troll him. But maybe the whole time I was trolling you. How about that? You never thought about that? You never thought about maybe before you said, listen, he's King Troll, I'm going to troll him, I was already trolling you? I don't know. Maybe not. Does this say? Let me see. Hold on. Imprime. What is this? What is this? Salute. Y'all know I got dyslexia, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, I got dyslexia. But y'all never thought of that? Like the trolls always say, I'm going to come troll you, King Troll. Like, for real? You're going to try to troll King Troll. For real. I never thought of that. Like, like when I called myself King Troll, right? When I came up with this character, I never thought in a million years that a troll would troll me. Primify. What the hell is that? But salute, respectfully. Okay. So hold on. Well, a salute. Hold on. Okay, sir. Men cannot have babies, sir. Pause. What was I saying, man? This is what I'm talking about. Primatine Miss is down there. Didn't I just say I'm trolling you? You goofy ass motherfucker. Didn't I just say Primatine Miss? Imprimal Fiend. Imprimal Fiend. Listen, man. When I was trying to read your name, you know how many things I wanted to call you in the first place? Let me finish what I was saying. What the fuck? Nerd, salute. Man. Primatine Miss. Now, what was I saying? Now listen, man. Trolls, tyrants. Now I'm King Tyrant. King Tyrant. Let me tell you something, man. I troll the trolls. Listen. Listen, trolls. I'm not trying to be the king of the trolls. I'm not trying to be the number one troll. I'm not trying to be the last troll standing. All this goofy, egotistical, weird shit that you motherfuckers got into your minds on because you're trying to be some type of conqueror in cyberspace, a cyberspace cowboy. Listen, this is not real to me, sirs. Sirs, whatever the fuck you. Some bro, you got your wrench, some bro. You feel me? To bars, salute. You feel me? Would y'all please? Sharonda's in the building. It doesn't fail, no matter where King Troll go. King Troll go over here. You know, I'm in the urban sector. Everybody try to be a gangster, killer, the king of YouTube, the lord of the dirty sector. All this type of weird shit that's going on. Listen, y'all can have this shit. Y'all can have this shit. I didn't get on here to try to. I ain't get on here to try to bang pause over cyberspace that we don't own. I learned the hard way. Pause. We used to bang over neighborhoods and blocks that we didn't own. Now we over here trying to bang over pause some imaginary internet space. Christian R, salute. I tell you, man. Listen, I ain't gonna lie. When I first got here, I got caught up a little. I said, yeah, you know, maybe, you know, all these people on here, we could unite. And, you know, now people can reach each other easier. We can network together and build. But before I got on here, all praises to the Most High. I tried this in real life, but on a lower, you know, like on a lesser scale. And it didn't work then. It's the same shit, but just on a like on a lesser scale. Motherfuckers is full of shit, cutthroat, backstabbing, egotistical, jealous, envious motherfuckers. It doesn't matter what color you are, where you're from, how much money you got. It doesn't matter. It's called human nature, ladies and gentlemen. All praise to the Most High. You know, I'm on a mission. So I said, okay, Most High, you know, it says you're not supposed to question the Most High. So I'm going to get on here, try to do the unity shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I try to do the unity shit. But listen, let me tell you something. I have faith in the Most High, not in man or people, meaning not even myself. You know, some people, what they call it, create when you create your own destiny, you create your own, what they call that shit when you create your own, what's that shit? Manifest destiny. That's what it is. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe in that shit. Listen, I don't believe. It's very difficult for me to believe people, you know, because you know, the side of life, the hand I was dealt in life, you know, I seen, you know, people are more realer behind the scenes, the underground type of shit. You feel what I'm saying? It's people who got a character, you know, they got like people play a lot of roles, but you got like a main character that you show in front of people that you think may judge you and, you know, that don't really know the other side of life, you know, the underground type of shit. I ain't talking about no weird shit. You know, some people do some, but that's not what I'm talking about. Whatever you doing, right? Whatever you doing, I'm not here to judge. But what I'm saying is, I come from the side where, you know, people is more, you know what I'm saying? More kind of they self and shit. You feel me? So, you know, some people present they self, you know, to certain people because, you know how society is. So, you know, me coming from that type of background and lifestyle, I really don't trust people. And me living in that type of lifestyle, I really don't trust myself. Because for instance, I can say, you know, I'm never going to partake in nothing weird, you know, on my part. Listen, but you know, nothing. I'm never going to partake in this activity, as in maybe, you know what I'm saying? Maybe say not me. Let's take me out of it. Say take me out of it. Say, you know, you get locked up, right? And when you locked up, you say, man, if I get out of here, I'm never going to do crime ever again. But then you get out and you do, you know what I'm saying? Then you do something else. It's like, all right, for instance, say you get so drunk that you throwing up, you get sick, you over the toilet, and you be like, if I make it through this night, I'm never going to drink again. Then like 2 weeks later, you're drinking, you know, shit like that. You never know. You feel me? Mad and salute. You never know. So, you know, I got to believe in something, a higher power. That's what get me through shit. Because I don't trust myself. And I know I got a short temper. I always feel I got a chip on my shoulder. I'm a vengeful, hateful. Well, you know, I used to be before I put my faith in something higher, right? I used to be like that. You feel me? So I needed something that could, tame me. Pause. You feel me? Because I don't believe in people. I don't believe no other person should have authority over me. You feel what I'm saying? Like I don't like motherfuckers. I don't like injustice. I don't like, you know, I follow the code. You feel what I'm saying? Whatever the code is, I follow it. I never really followed people because I never really trusted people. I always followed the code. For instance, say you join some type of group or something, and they got rules and codes to that group. But they also have like a group leader. I don't follow the group leader. I follow the codes. Now, if the group leader follow the codes better than me, then I'll follow the group leader. But if the group leader start, you know, following the codes, breaking the codes, and manipulated, trying to flip and bounce the code, you know, I stop following the leader. Like that's not the leader no more. Feel me? I stick to the code. So I said that to say anything that I ever been into, I always stuck to the code, whether it had been negative or positive. But that's just how I am. I stick to the code no matter what. I don't give a fuck who you are, how cool we are, and all of that. If we inside the same code and you break it, then I'm gonna have to enforce the penalties or violations of breaking the code. And I would expect you to do that to me. That's how we stay on point and keep each other sharp. You feel me? So if the group leader's breaking the code, I would expect for that motherfucker to be replaced. And I love to follow the code. You know, I never asked to be a leader. Sabby Smith, salute. But I always fall into these type of positions because how dedicated to following the code that I am. You feel what I'm saying? So I said that to say, man, all praise to the Most High. Before I got on here, I had a mission and a message. Now, when I first started, you know, it was kind of shaky. I still was myself, kind of, and all that. But as it progressed, and I started getting a better understanding, all praises to the Most High, because I'm a motherfucking fool. You feel me? So, you know, like I said, this is my mission, but it ain't my message. And I'm a motherfucking savage, to tell y'all the truth. You know, I really don't put my personal life out there and all of that, but to tell you the truth, I understand a little bit why I'm on this mission, because y'all motherfuckers are savages too. Respectfully, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all, listen. It take one to know. Listen, it take one to know one. You feel me? We all here for a reason. I don't know why y'all here. You feel me? I don't know why y'all here, but this message and all that is like, why would I give it to non-savages? You feel what I'm saying? It's like preaching to the choir. Because, a lot of these people, not the majority, but, the people who's really genuine or really believe that they believe and, you're supposed to follow this moral code and do this, or you're going to go to hell or karma or whatever is going to get you and all of that. Those people that believe in that, I don't need to give the message to. I need to give the message to people, kind of like me, but not extreme like me. Like I think a certain type of way. Like I don't believe fuck the heaven, fuck karma and shit. You feel what I'm saying? That shit is just some shit that's made up. You know what I'm saying? Respectfully. That's just some shit that's just made up to keep motherfuckers in place. You feel what I'm saying? The ultimate goal is self-control. You feel me? All that other shit, like I done seen good motherfuckers end up bad and bad motherfuckers end up good. Viddy, salute. I done see motherfuckers on the outside, they the most loving and they, character and but behind the scenes in the underground, they you know what I'm saying? They some other shit. I done seen it all. I done seen motherfuckers that really look like they love their significant other. You'll never know. They have a double life. You know what I'm saying? All types of weird shit. I done seen people who you don't want to even believe was on or an addict or some type of shit. You never know. This is all I'm saying. You never know. Pamela, salute. But listen, I ain't here to judge. You know what I'm saying? As this character King Troll, I'm here to troll the trolls. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to sit on my high horse like a bunch of these dudes out here acting like they fighting for some cause that they're not even breaking the surface. They on some self-righteous vendetta emotional journey. What is you really doing? Do you ever think about what are you doing? Is it really making a change? Is it really affecting lives in a prosperous way? Positive way? Or are you just using this shit as an excuse to troll? Like me. I'm a savage. Like, I love doing this shit. I love this shit. You know what I'm saying? If it was up to me, I wouldn't all praises to the Most High. Like I would say anything. I would have people saying anything on here and all that, but all praises to the Most High. Sometimes I guess from the Most High, people think I'm nice, I'm a good guy and all that. That is nothing, is no one good but the Most High. I'm not good. Don't get it twisted, because a lot of people, they start getting disappointed in King Troll. Like, listen, I'm not good. This is a character. You feel me? Because some people get disappointed and like, I don't know, like we don't know each other. You feel me? I'm not disappointed in any of you. We don't know each other for real. Some people could just be on here. I don't know what you do. Listen, some people could really be good people, but on here, they evil. In real life, they'll never bust. They won't bust a grape in a fruit fight. They can't beat their way out of a wet paper bag. They softer than baby shit. But on here, they the super gangster. They pulling up. You feel me? You never know. You never know. Nat, salute. Or it could be a motherfucker on here that's the softest. You can say anything, disrespect them. They dumb as shit. In real life, they a motherfucking serial killer or something. Kenny NYC. You never know. You can be anybody you want to be on here. Bobby Ramos, salute. You never know. Some people, listen, some people are them genuine selves. Well, the genuine self that you present to the public. But y'all all know behind, we all know we ain't putting all our business out on this motherfucker. Now, some of y'all, what's that? Sweet dreams made of these. Some of us like to use. Some of us like to be used. Some of us like to abuse. Some of us like to be abused. You feel me? Some of y'all motherfuckers. Eric Lawless, salute. Some of y'all motherfuckers must love the abuse because some of y'all motherfuckers just never learn. Listen. So me personally, I can't take it personal. I can't take it serious. I'm not going to do it to myself. It's like when I was into sports and my favorite team lost and I'm mad. You know what I'm saying? My favorite player got injured. I'm upset. I don't know these people. You feel what I'm saying? If I didn't bet on the game, why am I mad? Now I'm walking around mad. My team lost. I didn't bet. Like, I can see if I bet on a game and I lost some money. You feel me? It's like that on here. I'm not getting all, no, we ain't doing all that. We ain't doing it. I'm trying to have fun. Now, when I'm not on the troll page, I have to do this, research. I have to try to be poised and, conduct myself cordially, respect and all that. That's cool. I could do that. I could play that character. I could do that. You feel me? But this is more closer. I like this guy. This is more easy. You feel me? It's less work. But I could do that. People see me do that. You know what I'm saying? But this is the easy way. This is what everybody do. This is easy. And this is what people love to see. This is what people want to see. They want to see this type of shit. They don't want to see the research, Now, I ain't gonna lie, it's people that do. But when I got different characters. So sometimes I be in like the so-called intellectual or them type of people. You feel what I'm saying? But in there, I see a lot of trolls too. I be like, man, these trolls everywhere. I be seeing trolls from over there, speaking all intellectually, and I say, you know what? I'm gonna leave them alone. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna leave them. But if I see him over here on some fuck shit, King Troll gonna have to make an appearance. You know how something happened and Superman gotta run to the phone booth. I'll be on here trying to find some places where you could go and you could speak about this intellectual shit, or you could have topics and shit like that, and people is listening and interacting and paying attention and all that. But I'm telling you, a lot of these people, the drama starts. Then the motherfucker will let somebody on a panel that's not really trying to get to no solutions, but just it causes friction between the panelists, and now it's arguing, and we not getting to the solutions and all that. Then it makes me want to run to my other account, transform with a King Troll, and hit the panel again and just start, you know what I'm saying, dumbing out on the whole panel. You feel me? It make me just want to get up there and start dumbing out, because I can't do it in my other character, because then I'm gonna fuck up my whole. They gonna be like, oh, what, this nigga done lost his mind. You feel me? So that's why I got King Troll. I run, switch it up, get on there, dumb out on a whole fucking panel. Fucking trolls. Y'all not trying to get to no solutions. Y'all don't care about these topics. Fuck out of here. So that's why, over here, some of y'all understand that shit. Some of y'all is just here for entertainment. Some of y'all caught up in the man, but some of y'all understand that the majority of people just act like they give a fuck about certain shit because it helps them, it benefits them, it fits some type of agenda they have. You feel what I'm saying? We know, a lot of most people is full of shit. Because we know sometimes we full of shit. You feel we know this. You feel what I'm saying? I'm just saying. So I know, listen, all praises to the Most High. This is where I belong. Because I'll offend people here. A lot of these motherfucking niggas is emotional. Some of y'all get offended and all that. But imagine I was around, wholesome folks or those who think they really, you know what I'm saying? They really believe in these causes and all of that. They really believe they good people. They don't never look in the mirror. You know, shit. Like we got some of them over here. They just judge other. Like I'll offend the fuck out of those people. No matter what color they are. If they was my own people, I offend them too. I offend the conscious people. I offend everybody. You feel me? So now King Troll is easy. You know, some people. People like people getting offended or being offended over here. I'm naturally offensive, like even out of character, like in my real life character, because we always playing characters, right? But I'm naturally offensive. I'm extra serious. People always think I'm upset. So on here, I be having I say shit that I'm naturally trying not to say. All praises to the Most High, because I'm trying not to offend people. But once I start talking and I get comfortable, I say shit. Motherfuckers get offended. Oh my god, I can't believe he said that. So the fuck what? Like I don't care what you believe. What the fuck? I don't care what you believe. I hate when people tell me they can't believe I did this or something like that. I don't give a fuck. Keep that to yourself. Oh, fuck what you people be outraged and telling me what I'm supposed to. Oh, I can't believe you're like that. Like what? You can't believe I'm like this. But now, all praises to the Most High. I apologize. Listen, I don't mean to offend you, but King Troll, I troll the trolls. I'm having a good time. Now you may take it personal and all that. Believe me, I don't take it personal. I put myself to the side. I took on this character because myself will take everything personal. I'll get offended real quick. That's why a lot of you goofy ass motherfuckers who be trying to judge me and say certain things like, and you claiming this is really you. They're like, this is how you really think and feel. You goofy to me, like for real. But in character, I'll play along. That's what you really believe? You really believe you're a certain type of way? You really believe you built a certain type of way? Okay. I'm not here to burst your bubble, sir. I'll play along. This shit is not serious to me. Like some of you niggas will have the audacity to try to judge my character. Do you hear yourselves? Like, do a lot of you motherfuckers pay attention to yourselves? Some of y'all get up here and say, this is the real you. This is not the real me. This is a character. But it's so sad that my character is more official and real and more thorough than a lot of you motherfuckers who claim this is really you. Because at the end of the day, some of the, real me, personal me is going to shine out inside my character. And maybe that's what attracts certain people. Because King Troll came on here and I'm keeping it real. This is social media. This is a show. It's meant to be entertaining. But, I come from a time where, when we looked at shows and movies and TVs, it always had a moral message in it. It always had some type of message inside the story. Inside the show. So, sometimes at the end of the show, they will leave some words of wisdom and all that. That's how I grew up. But ultimately, it was a show. It had to get ratings. It had to do certain things. It had to keep up with the other shows and networks and all of that. This King Troll right here is a show. So when people come over here, oh, you're letting these people do this and do that. Jerry Springer had the KKK on his show. Ain't nobody. Listen, it was people sitting in and shit and complaining and all that. But at the end of the day, the show continued. People was writing the network and all that. But the show fucking continued. This is a show. This is a character. I've said this from the beginning of me being here on this shit. So Before you get over it, I mean, you can do whatever you want. You know, you can come over here and complain. This ain't no network and all that. As long as I'm sticking to, you know, what I need to stick to. If you come over here, I'm gonna take you as you trolling me. This is a troll. I'm gonna troll you. You're a troll. You don't have to watch, but if you want to watch and write into the network and complain, you're trolling. This is a troll page. This is entertainment. If you don't like it, don't watch it. If you still want to watch it, fuck it. Watch it, motherfucker. You feel me? Janice, salute. Did I say that right? Oh shit! I hope I don't get it. But yeah, man, I'm tired of people coming over here judging my troll page and all that. Y'all can judge what the fuck you want to judge, but I'm here to tell you, I don't give a fuck. Because now you're gonna have these self-righteous motherfuckers coming over here. I'm trying to be polite and cordial and respect and respectable to you and all of that. I try with you motherfuckers, but then you take that and try to use it against me. Don't watch the show. If you watch the show and you don't like it and you continue to watch it, there's something about it. There's something about it. It shows this is America. This is a show. Shows be having all types of crazy shit. People, special guests, weird, goofy shit on the damn show. Real life racist. You never see Jerry Springer? You never see none of these talk shows? People that say certain where they may have bleeped it because it was on national TV, but bleep, bleep. Motherfuckers were saying all types of shit. This is a show. Goofy motherfuckers. People come over here to get entertained, get, you know, some entertainment. I'm getting shit. It's content. It's on site. It's on social media. Whatever's happening. I'm not here trying to destroy people's lives and malice and all of that. There's plenty of pages that go do that. Don't claim it's a show. That don't claim it's a troll page. That don't claim none of this shit. Go over there with your self-righteous asses and go over there. Fuck you doing over here for? Mike from Boston, salute. That's you. You claim y'all not bullies. Y'all are against trolling, but y'all trying to troll King Troll. Y'all trying to bully King Troll. You trying to impose your will on my platform. 13 Kings, salute. You trying to tell me what you think and all that. You listen, you can tell me what you think about my show, or you can speak what you think about my show. Cool. You can try to paint me in a certain type of narrative and all of that. Cool. Do what you do. But I take that as you trolling me. You're trolling me because you can't be serious. This is a character. This is a show. What you need to do is start writing to these cable networks and these media networks and that be playing these movies and playing these talk shows with all types of racists and all types of fucked up shit in it. Start writing some letters to them. This is what people like to see. This is what people want to see. But I'm sick and I'm crazy and I'm bad and I'm evil. Man, get the fuck out of here with that goofy ass shit. Listen, let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something, man. Y'all watch the most fucked up shit. I'm pretty sure that I'm not the worst. Y'all haven't seen the worst shit on King Troll. I'm pretty sure. And I'm pretty sure y'all haven't seen it on channels that tell you that they troll channels and it's just entertainment. I'm pretty sure you haven't seen it on pages like that. And then as far as people who come through and watch the show and all that, listen. If people want to come through and watch the show and come through and be inside the chat and all that and be on the panel, they here to be trolled, right? They trolling, we trolling, we having a good time. It's a show. I forgot. Somebody asked me yesterday, who's these new people? Who's these new people? Like new people? This is a show. Like I don't understand. Shouldn't that be good? Like Should it, like, for real, should it be good that more people is watching the show? I don't know. Listen, I don't know. I don't know how these things go. That's why I don't get caught up in the mafioso gang cult community sector type of shit. That shit, it gets strange. It gets strange. Now my show belongs to a group or some type of shit. Like I signed some type of record deal without no advance. Like y'all motherfuckers gotta give me some type of advance. You feel me? If you want me to turn people away from my show, right? You gotta have to sign. We gotta have to sign something. Give me some type of advance or something. Like, what are you doing? What is it doing for me? For me to turn people away from my show? Is it the object of the show for people to watch the show? I don't know. You feel me? So what you want me to do? Who's these new people to show? I don't know. So y'all know some of them better. Some of y'all know them better than me. I don't even be reading the chat. Some of y'all be having some great conversations down there. Some of y'all be running into each other outside of my show. Some of y'all be knowing each other. Some of y'all be knowing each other outside of my show. Some of y'all know more people than me. Now, some of y'all might not like some of these people. Maybe y'all used to be cool and then y'all had the fallouts. You know, all the little fallouts that go on this shit. And then you find a platform where, you know, and then, you know, one of your ops come to the platform. You're like, I ain't going over there no more because now, you know, that person that I had a problem with for some type of reason on social media is over at that show. So now I'm not going over there. You feel me? It had nothing to do with the show. And that's why I tell people, listen, this is a troll page. If you come over here, you're going to get trolled anyway. So don't go in the chat. Don't get on the pen. If your ops see you on the show, they might pop up in here. But I don't know that shit. I don't know what's going on. I didn't know y'all had a whole history. I didn't know y'all used to be friends. Y'all had a whole history on other shows and all this type of shit. I don't know none of that shit. I'm over here trying to conduct my motherfucking show. I don't be going around following you motherfuckers talking about.
Like, this is what you do when you put your business. See, this is one thing about y'all, right? Y'all don't be wanting people to tell y'all certain things, but y'all the ones that put y'all business in the street. So now you didn't put this business in the street. So now once you say that, we start saying, oh, so this is what was going on.
There's no friend on YouTube, nigga. Save your energy to protect your real friends, family, and your kids.
How you don't like this, but you like that? See what I'm saying about the hypocrisy on YouTube? I don't know how long these guys been on YouTube, but they say they've been on here for a long time. I could just imagine. Because this is easy. It's easy for you to just like, bloop, bloop, like, oh, all right, boom. So imagine if I go back years and years if these niggas been on YouTube. Imagine how much of the hypocrisy you could point out from niggas. That's why you gotta really pay attention to what niggas be saying out their mouth, you heard? Because that shit don't be meaning nothing. What they do is way more important, you heard? What a nigga say out his mouth, it means nothing, bro. What a nigga do is way more important.
Yeah, you gotta listen, man. That's why I don't get caught up in none of this shit. Because you could get on here and motherfuckers already have some type of problems already before you even enter the situation. And then now, you know, you trying to, you know, you making your way around here. And, you know, at first you don't really know that you fucking with this person, this person don't like. But as you gradually, you know, go on and on, now they start throwing little shit out, you know. Oh, yeah, you know, me and that motherfucker, you know, I mean, You know, you cool with them? You cool with them? Angel, salute. You cool with, you know them, huh? Like, listen, man. Y'all run around here getting yourselves in situations, and then you put other people in the situation. Then y'all start forming some type of. This is how gangs and shit be starting. Oh, you don't like them people over there. We all gonna unite together. Now, listen, man. Stop including other people inside your drama. Like, this is some type of. This is what goes around in this shit right here. And then people get upset because you don't take their side in a situation where you don't know what went on. You probably only heard one side of the story, or you heard both sides of the story, but you didn't hear the truth. Or, you don't know who's telling the truth. You see what I'm saying? And that's why I don't get too personal with people, man. I'm not here to try to vouch for people. I'm not here to try to say cancel people. I'll let you know. Listen, this what this motherfucker did, or they did this to me. You know, I ain't gonna tell you not to stop fucking with them. But now when they do some shit to you, you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to team up. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not trying to team up. Like, listen, I handle all my drama. I handle my drama myself. You know why? Because people turn on you. People turn on you real quick. So I don't give you the opportunity. That's why I won't take it personal. Because if I take shit personal, it gets personal, and then I'll try to, do something, shit like that. You feel me? And sometimes when you can't get your hands on people physically and all that, you do whatever. Because at the end of the day, and physically, I feel like I want to take you off the planet, right? So if I get on here and do some fucked up shit to you, it can't be more worse than that. You feel me? Like, if I see you physically, I would want to, you know what I'm saying? Remove you from the earth. You feel me? So if I call you some crazy shit on here, that's not as worse as the shit I want to do to you. You feel me? Like, I ain't initiated. Some people initiate fucked up shit. Like, you ain't really do nothing warranted for them to do some real fucked up shit to you. That's different. But once you cross a certain line where you get me and I take it personal and I really want to, put you in a alien ship and shoot you off the planet into the atmosphere. You feel what I'm saying? You feel me? So if I say fuck your mother or some type of shit, or I'll, some shit like that, like, that's not as worse. I'm sure you may have heard worse, maybe. I don't know. You feel me? So I like when people cross a certain line. Go ahead. I like when people cross certain lines and say certain shit. Because I'm naturally offensive, like I said. You want to take it there? I can naturally offend you. I can offend people without even trying. That's why, I've learned to apologize if I offended anyone. That's why I be trying to teach people. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm not sorry for what I did or what I said. I'm standing on this shit. But at the end of the day, my intention wasn't to offend you, unless it was. Now, if my intention was to offend you, I'm not going to apologize. Yes, that's what I meant to do. I meant to offend you, motherfucker. Like, so, and what? And what? So, and what? The Most High didn't put it in my heart to for this instinct to feel to say I'm sorry if I offended you. I don't even feel sorry. I just say it. You know what I'm saying? Because that's not what I meant to do. It's true. I didn't really mean to offend you. You feel what I'm saying? It's true. It's not a lie. I didn't mean to offend you. But when I mean to offend you, I'm not going to apologize. So when people can't do that, if I suggest, you could just say you didn't mean to offend this person. If you didn't, and they be like, I ain't gonna say I ain't apologize. That's because you meant to offend them. You don't care. You meant to offend them. Or you didn't care. I don't care if I offended them. Then you still meant to offend them. Because me personally, I don't care if I offend somebody, but you know, all praises to the Most High. When I thought about it, he gave me the knowledge, like, you know what, I might have meant to offend them if I don't give a fuck. I don't care if I offend them. I don't care if I don't offend them. Maybe, you know, I meant to offend them. Because if I didn't mean to offend them, I wouldn't say I don't care. You feel me? You feel me? Shit like that. Uh-oh. Did I say a pause? Oh, shit. You said, all right. My bad. I wasn't thinking, you know, the Most High was just throwing that out there. All praises to the Most High. Listen. So a lot of you motherfuckers in your mind, y'all really believe, y'all convince yourselves that y'all a certain way. I understand this because, you know, I wasn't born how I was. I had to convince myself that I didn't give a fuck. I had to convince myself of a certain type of way. You feel me? But then as time went on and the longer I did that, I start not knowing if I really didn't give a fuck or I'm just pretending not to give a fuck. The lines got blurred. I didn't, you know, am I this good at acting like I don't give a fuck? Or do I really don't give a fuck? You feel me? Get to the point where you don't know no more. You feel me? It's like a method actor. So a lot of you motherfuckers be up here pretending that you don't give a fuck. But I don't think, you know, I could tell the way you, but anyway, some people ain't, you know, test that. Some people didn't test the fact. They didn't test it. They didn't, you know, they just think. It's like when you say, yo, I'm gonna fuck this nigga up. When I meet this nigga, I'm gonna beat it, and you really believe you whoop this motherfucker ass. Now you might really whoop this motherfucker ass, or this motherfucker might know some type of boxing or some type of karate or some type of shit. And now you get your ass whooped and you like, I don't even understand it. I thought I was going, you know what I'm saying? I thought I was about to whoop this nigga ass, and now you keep getting flipped over and kicked. You know what I'm saying? you wake up and shit, you was knocked out for 15 minutes. And you like, oh shit, I really thought, you know what I'm saying? So sometimes you believe you're going to react a certain way or you're going to do something, but when a situation happens, it's fight or flight. You know what I'm saying? It's fight or flight. So you don't know if you don't keep, it's not repetitious. If you don't keep going through certain things and react in a certain way, you don't know how you're going to react. Even going through it a lot, you really don't know how you're going to react. But you know the odds is that you're going to fight, not flight. Or, you know, some people freeze. You feel what I'm saying? There's all types of weird shit that be going on, man. So a lot of you be on here talking a lot of shit, but when shit get real, y'all folding in on all type of weird shit. Top shot, salute. Or you're making yourself look a certain way and running around the sector, embarrassing yourselves. Old head, salute. And that's why even if I wanted to come over here and create like my own sector or my own community, I can't do it, man, because I'm going to expect people to be a certain type of way. Then we're going to get into the cult shit, and people should be able to get on social media and run and watch whatever they want, support whoever they want, do whatever the fuck they want without the fake, moral, self-righteous social media, YouTube detectives coming around like, what the fuck? Like, first of all, how did you even find me over here? Like, this is what I be trying to say about y'all go looking for shit, right? That's what y'all go. Y'all go looking for shit to complain about. I get it. Go look for shit to complain about. But why are you over here? You want an excuse to be over here. You want an excuse to watch the fucked up shit. You want an excuse. You don't have to watch that shit. You like that shit. You're entertained by that shit. You got to find an excuse. And I understand that. Salute to you. Just like I have an excuse. I troll the trolls. You feel me? I found an excuse myself. That's how I know. I troll the trolls. King, what are you doing over there, King Troll? Why are you around these trolls? And why are you around this drama and all? This is where I come from. I was born in it. This is where I fucking come from. This shit is not. This is nothing to me. This is not real to me. People on here getting they feelings hurt, self-righteous. I done seen this shit for real in real time. In your face, where you can stare a motherfucker in their eyes and see they full of shit. See, on here, you don't even know. You could be anything on here. You could be anything on here. You feel me? Judgmental. We don't even know what you're doing in your real life. Some of you motherfuckers could be weirdos in real life doing some weirdo shit. But on here, you are a pillar of the YouTube community. You know what I'm saying? Some of y'all motherfuckers, y'all might you know, bring justice to the negative pages and trolls on YouTube, and then in real life you doing some old fucked up weird shit. You feel me? Because it's good, you know, it's easy to talk. Like some people got the gift of gab. A lot of, you know, I call it jail game. Niggas be running that, you know, a lot of people, niggas who go to prison, they know how to run a lot of game because, you know, you got to really talk. You got to talk in politics. You feel me? It's a lot of politics. There's more politics in jail than in the street. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, a lot of people got the gift of gab. They know how to flip and shit, you know, because I do. You feel what I'm saying? That's how I know. I hear when a motherfucker get up here trying to talk. Man, listen, man. All praises to the Most High. You know, that's why I like to be King Troll. Like, shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear none of that bullshit. I don't want to hear none of that bullshit you speaking about. I don't want to hear none of that shit. That's why people used to think I'm ignorant, because I never used to explain like I do here in Gladiator School. People, oh, this motherfucker, why you acting like that towards my peoples? That's your man's. I don't want to hear none of this, but hey, brother, we gotta unite, my brother. You know, I love everybody. You know, love and peace and hair grease. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. You feel me? I ain't trying to hear that shit. You full of shit. What you doing? Motherfuckers who's doing shit, you can see them doing it. That's my point. Motherfuckers who's doing shit, you can see them. The motherfuckers that get up there, I'm doing this. You know, I'll be doing this and I do this. Who are you trying to convince, me or yourself? Motherfuckers be on here. Listen, man. I know, and listen, I know y'all don't know y'all trolling and all that, but y'all learned your tactics from trolls. Being flashing what you got, showing off. That's all troll shit. Takashi, listen, take Takashi Snitch 9. Use him as the example. This is how I use this is because this is the first troll I was trolling. This is the reason King Troll came about and all that, the whole concept and character. Use him as an example. See the things these motherfuckers do that he did. Because he's the most popular motherfucker that it really, you know, it was working for a little while. But then it showed you at the end, he's just like the rest of a lot of these trolls. When it get real, he played the victim. And people still fell for it. He's a kid. He's a civilian. He's really a good kid. You had grown-ass rappers and gangsters. And that's what I said. You know what? I'm not putting my life on. I'm not taking this shit seriously. I would have went out there, found that goofy ass kid who's really a grown little man, did something, went viral, and been in jail. You feel me? Then I got motherfuckers up here. Oh, Takashi's running around. Why niggas ain't do Alpo out here? Nobody ain't do nothing to Alpo. Nigga, the nigga who did something to Alpo, you internet detectives probably would have figured that out. Yo, his aunt's cousin's brother called me and said it was, you know, that's his little cousin Ray Ray. They ain't seen each other since the 3rd grade, but he heard from Auntie May. Y'all motherfuckers, I got this from a source. Then y'all start making up shit. The wrong motherfuckers going to jail. This is what y'all do on here. Who the fuck gonna want to kill? Who that's gonna be a suspect? Like I'm talking about the people who they actually snitched on or being out connected to it. Who in their right mind is gonna want to do something to these high profile rats? First you gotta worry about the police. Then you gotta worry about the media. Then you gotta worry about you motherfuckers, the social media. Y'all come up with a graft. Oh yeah, this is what happened in 1988. His father, didn't like his father, and then they grew up and the crime family Columbos. You know what I'm saying? Y'all motherfuckers. And then the aliens came down and the Illuminati Boule, they jumped in with the Anunnaki, and then they came out here and they was related to the President Bush and Barack Obama goes back to the 13 families. Like, what the fuck is y'all talking about? Solving cases. In that song, he said that, that lyric right there, he killed Little Ray Ray. Little Ray Ray used to go to school with him in high school. That's Ray Ray Jones. I knew because my sister Letitia's cousin, brother's uncle, they used to go to the same club and back in the day, the Latin Quarters. The fuck is wrong with y'all niggas on here? Social media shit. Look, I got 30,000 views. I cracked the case. Listen, man. Fuck out of here. Listen, I'm not going to come on here and take this shit serious, incriminating myself over here so I can become content. They're cheering you on. Yeah. We got you. We believe in you. Yeah. As soon as you get caught doing something, you see that dumb motherfucker? We told him to stop. We told him he shouldn't really, continue doing that. You content. If you go to jail, you content. If you get killed, you content. I used to know him. I met him 4 months ago, and that's my best friend, my number one compadre. Let me make 400 videos. Talking about how much I missed them and blah, 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 blah. How you got 400 videos? You ain't know this person. Oh, my favorite entertainer died. Let me honor them. And man, come on, man. This shit is all fake. We all products. Hey, don't you know we all products? Especially now with this social media. If one of you motherfuckers, a content creator, was to die today, you're going to become content and somebody's going to be making monetize. If something happened to you, somebody on here going to monetize your shit. Even way after you're dead, they're going to be monetizing your death. We don't even own our own lives and stories and no more. They gonna sell everything all the way down. They gonna make money off of everything. Burying us, the ceremony, the preparations. Now they can get your image. They can use some of your footage you in, make it content. Some of these motherfuckers dead, they died broke. And motherfuckers made money off their death and content and then send nothing to the family, kids, nothing. Acting like they care about these people. Man, I never. And that's why I stopped fucking with the industry, man. And that's why when I first got on here, I said, this shit is starting to turn into the industry. As soon as they, especially when they monetize and I start seeing commercials, and I said, it's over. It's over. Even the people who used to be on here genuine with messages and all that, they was doing it out of the love for real, out of their heart. They really believed in this shit. They wasn't doing it for the money and the views and shit like that. They was trying to get these messages out there. But as soon as this monetized and shit, you can start making money and all that shit. It was some people who was making money, but they was just using this as a promotional vehicle. You know what I'm saying? They may have had a podcast. They may have had a radio talk show, you know, some type of shit like that. But it was a lot of genuine people on here that was really doing real research and trying to, you know, figure things out and all that. But now, listen, man, there's a bunch of trolls and opportunists on here trying to get money. And everybody may not be a troll, but they see trolling as the quickest way to build their platform and all that. But I keep telling people, it's like a Roach Motel. You can check in, but you can't check out. You're going to use these trolls to get your views up, to get your watch hours up, to get your subs up. And then once you monetize, you're going to try to now stay away from the trolls and you do regular content. Nah, these trolls still going to fuck with you. I tell people, a lot of these trolls, they got at least bots, these bot accounts, these fake accounts. A lot of your subscribers is one motherfucking troll, 2 trolls, 3 trolls. They wait until you get 1,000 to get monetized, then they'll take away their subs to try to demonetize your shit. I'm telling you, man, listen, man, that's it. I ain't dropping no more game on you, motherfucker. Y'all don't care. Y'all don't care. Y'all want to come over here and hate on King Troll. Y'all want to hate on King Troll.
Don't be fooled by the internet.
What is the long-term effect of too much information? One of the effects is the need to be first, not even to be true anymore. So what a responsibility you all have to tell the truth, not just to be first, but to tell the truth. We live in a society now where it's just first. Who cares? Get it out there. We don't care who it hurts. We don't care who we destroy. We don't care if it's true. Just say it, sell it. Anything you practice, you'll get good at, including BS.
It's cool to get on the computer, but don't let the computer get on you. It's cool to use the computer. Don't let the computer use you. You all saw The Matrix. There's a war going on. The battlefield's in the mind, and the prize is the soul. So, just be careful.
I see the troll. I go over here. I see the same ass troll, man. Damn. Every other channel I go, every other video, yeah. No matter where I go, I see the same troll.
Ain't no future in no trolling. Ain't no future in no trolling. 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 Ain't no future in no trolling. 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 Trolling.
It's the problem. It's the problem. People get celebrated for doing dumb shit, so they do more dumb shit. Niggas get killed like that.
No hate in my blood, I gotta show love with my heart on my sleeve. I don't have to pretend I was raised by the love of the killers and thugs and a couple of goonies that's getting it in. Loyalty always embedded, I never forget it. You know I'ma ride to the end, but these people pathetic. My energy's very magnetic to brothers who trying to win. I'm trying to be about positivity, but I got a side that be contradicting me. Brother, please don't judge me, man, I'm only human, but appreciate the love God has given. Like the angels he sent for my altercations and all my travels through these harsh vicinities. My heart is good, but I gotta pray, cause my dark side got a lot of tendencies. Yeah, man, I'm trying to change. Trust me, I'm trying to change. Alter egos that I must contain. Fighting with myself is a common thing. Friendships, they are not the same. Maturity, see, I don't like to blame. My only thought is to light the flame, but we disagree on this type of thing. The cause is the thing that I fight for. There's no way that I'm being ignored. The cause is the thing that I fight for. Man, that struggle be having me sore. All of the pain I endure is teaching me lessons. It's something I daily enjoy. I'm just filling the void. I'm putting the pressure on ones I'm about to exploit. Yeah, boy, I'm repping PA. Poking nose just to be specific. Small town, but don't get it twisted. Talk slick, I'ma split your biscuit. I'm too official, you superficial. You ain't got a clue on this life we living. PA, man, it's style style is different. Y'all out of towners better mind your business. Thorough Brothy and I'm representing and I'm spitting bars and they hella vicious. I'm a special breed, but I failed the mission. But I'm pretty sure you could tell the difference when it come to spitting. Brothy gang, we get it. I'm putting pressure on my competition. If they wasn't with it, then they must forget it. I don't talk no business with the opposition. Yeah, I think it's time they listen. They wasting time, the clock is ticking. You running around without a pot to piss in. You 45 and gotta ask permission. Rock with me, my squad efficient. Militant with these dark intentions. Call them up and they all attending. Everybody feeling all offended. Hip hop, you see I'm born for this. Wake up in the morning for this. I put in work and I'm on for this. Everywhere I go, bro, I'm strong with this. I'm guessing they think it's the way that I'm eating. The moves I be making is very strategic. I'm not gonna stop till my mission completed. You step in the way, then you getting deleted, I promise. Man, I'm trying to change. Trust me, I'm trying to change. Alter egos that I must contain. Fighting with myself is a common thing. Friendships, they are not the same. Maturity, see, I don't like to blame. My only thought is to light the flame, but we disagree on this type of thing. The cause is the thing that I fight for. There's no way that I'm being ignored. The cause is the thing that I fight for. Man, that struggle be having me sore. All of the pain I endure is teaching me lessons. It's something I dearly enjoy. I'm just filling the void. I'm putting the pressure on ones I'm about to exploit.
The cause is the thing that I fight for. There's no way that I'm being ignored. The cause is the thing that I fight for. Man, that struggle be having me sore. All of the pain I endure is teaching me lessons. It's something I dearly enjoy. I'm just filling the void. I'm putting the pressure on ones I'm about to exploit.
We back. So yeah, man, I'm gonna drop the link, but hold on real quick. Yeah, my bad. But my point on all of this is what I'm trying to tell people, like even when I was doing the whole industry thing, I always wanted to let people know, like, this shit, rappers and all of this, that claim all of the the gangsta, they rapping about this, they killing, they drug, they doing about it. That shit is entertainment. It's entertainment. Even some people like, this is my real life. I'm really about this life. I really did this and I did that. It's still entertainment. Those are characters that people play, just like in a movie or a TV show or whatever. So what I try to explain to people on here, this is social media. This is entertainment. It went commercial. Like, you may have people on here that want to educate and do different things on here, but it's just like an educational show. You feel me? So at the end of the day, me, King Troll, this platform is just to show, and my other platform is just to show this is an internet personality, an online persona. This is a show. It's not real. And like any other show, it'd be different characters and guests and things on the show and all that. It's a show. And some people on here say, this is me. This is my real life. This is what I'm talking about. This is my real story. Cool. But you're telling it on a public platform and on a social media. It's a show. You feel what I'm saying? It's like any other thing. If you want to tell your story and you want it to be put a documentary, or you're trying to get on TV or whatever, it's the same damn thing here. This is a show. You're telling it to the public. People are watching. Of course, you can scrutinize the show. You can have your opinions and all of that. But at the end of the day, this is a motherfucking show. At the end of the day, that's what this is. Everybody's putting on a show. If you are here to, fight against things that's going on this show, on these shows and all that, and that's what your show is about. You know what I'm saying? That's what your show is about. Your show is about, if you hear the gossip about other platforms and all, your show is a gossip show. If you hear to say crazy shit, disrespectful shit, you're like a shock jock. Pause. You know what I'm saying? Like a Howard Stern or one of these motherfuckers, right? If you're funny, you know, it's a comedy show. You know, if you like the drama, you know, it's a drama show. You know, it's drama. Like these are different genres. This is a fucking show. People all here put on the show. You can come up here and say, you know, I'm not what. This is how I really am in real life, but you're still on the motherfucking show. You don't have to be on the show. You don't have to watch the show. But if you do, that's like a contract you signed. That's like an agreement. You made an agreement that whatever comes with this shit, whatever, you know, goes along with the show and all of that type of shit, you agree to suffer the consequences of that. You could complain about it. You could not like it and all that. But if you keep coming back to the show, you agreed to this shit. Nobody twisted your arm. Nobody forced you. Nobody's, you know. Now, I can see if somebody was in danger in real life. Listen, if shit affecting people in real life and all that, I get it. If they innocent in it. But if the shit is around and there's content on here, right? If the shit is around and there's content on here, what you need to do, right? When you see somebody do some fucked up shit on here and is affecting people's real life, what you need to do is report it initially from the first person who put it out. Now, if you do that, you'll neutralize the problem and other people can't take it and make content of it. And if they do, it's already a violation, is already forbidden. You feel me? But besides that, like, you can go around and complain on YouTube and try to go to every show and every content creator and tell them don't talk about it and don't cover it. Good luck with that, because you can't stop everybody. So people going to feel, listen, if they can't stop everybody, they're going to do it. So I'm going to do it. Like, what's the difference between them doing it and me doing it? I don't know these people, blah, 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 and so on and so forth. You feel me? But anyway, I just said all of that to put it on record. You know, I like to put stuff on record. I don't know nobody cares and listens, but I just like to have these things that I said. So later on, when these same issues come up, like I said, it's season 3, I can just refer back to season 2, season 1. You feel what I'm saying? Or when it's season 4, I can refer back to season 3, season 2, season 1, and show people, look, this shit has been happening. It's going to keep happening. There's going to be new players and new people all the time. It's the same old bullshit. Now, if y'all got anything to do, if y'all got anything to say, hit the link. But if not, y'all already know.
Practice your scares and your arpeggios.
Team, no team.
Aye, from the hood to the woods. Aye, lost life living something like Sub. No engine, but I come from the hood. But we them niggas said they can do it. From the wood to the hood. Normal street, we were catching the judge. First street, nigga know what it was. Logan knows, plus I'm thugging with bloods. Aye, from the hood to the woods. Aye, lost life living something like Sub. No engine, but I come from the hood. But we them niggas said they can do it. From the wood to the hood. Normal street, we were catching the judge. First street, nigga know what it was. Logan knows, plus I'm thugging with bloods.
My city now. Look how I'm holding the city down. Niggas one day when I was really down. Now all of these niggas want pity now. Nah. I got no sympathy for 'em. I got no empathy for 'em. Nah. I got these felonies for 'em and I ain't get anything for it. I'm staying the facts. I've been home a couple 100 days. Told the judge he got a part of me. Trapping shit gon' be a part of me. I done ran this shit up all the way. Started chugging in them hallways. Trapping this up any harder ways. Keep the Nina in the cardigan. Treat my niggas like a part of me. Standing ovation, a nigga get clapped. He catching felons, this bitch on my lap. Don't get too comfortable. Nigga don't lack. You ain't the only one in town with a gat. I'm smoking purple in the trap, serving niggas with a blicky. These boys sucking dick for an act. Fuck the Sherman and they tickets. I went the Paris like I was a chemist. Took out the bus, they was calling me Bettis. I got the gas, I feel like a medic. Blowing this cash, this shit is irrelevant. Bitches be calling me Poppy. I tell them hoes I'm Dominican. I got the tech in the lobby. You already know what the business is.
Niggas hate that I'm like, what's the reason? Man, my pocket's fat, I'm like, fuck a visa. Son, I'm in the woods, smoking all this reefer, man, that loud booming, drowning on my speakers. You ain't about that action, or that talking cheaper. Niggas talking, but they always sleeping. Man, that passion with me, but I talk with demons, and they wonder why that my flag is bleeding. We get it popping in like every season, and we mobbing out until it's heavy breathing. Then we lock and loaded, and we get to squeezing. But we living hard, and we still believing. When we working hard, and we still achieving. They get looking crazy, but they can't perceive it. They can ignore me, I'm like, what's the meaning? I'ma stroke a bitch until she gets to screaming. They be fighting like they know about it. My whole life, man, I know about it. You ain't really about it, son, I highly doubt it. Man, I keep the blicky, I don't walk without. I keep the pounds, so we break them down to ounces. And they wonder why the bitches crowd around us. Man, the swag about us, man, they found it. I've been in the trap, I'm moving town to town. They getting money for me, never been a problem. And my whole camp is all about $1. Man, we roaming free, we ain't got no collars. Bunch of pit bulls and some Rottweilers. We be tricking bitches like the cop on products. My niggas gangsters, they be copping llamas. You don't want no smoking, you don't want no drama. From the hood to the woods, get to know about it.
From the hood to the woods, boss life living something like Shug. No engine, but I come from the hood. But we them niggas said they can't do it. From the wood to the hoods, normal street, we were catching the judge. First street, nigga know what it was. Logan nose, plus I'm thugging with blood. From the hood to the woods, boss life living something like Shug. No engine, but I come from the hood. We them niggas said they can't do it. From the wood to the hoods, normal street, we were catching the judge. First street, nigga know what it was. Logan nose, plus I'm thugging with blood. From the 57 or the 706, I just sold shit out on 4 bitch. Niggas talk, but they don't know shit. Do this shit for my family, my whole clique. Got a couple of niggas I roll with. No movie, but quit the reload clip. We count down to this action. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, action. Hey, spot your mama, see a mansion. Posted up on 3rd with the bandits. When it's war, niggas camping. In your backyard, reading Hamlet. Hoes black, white, and Spanish. All up in the DM, niggas manish. Getting to the paper like a pamphlet. I drop it back and niggas vanish. Grams in the sandwich. Bags from the pantry. I bust the pound and smoke the panic. LA Saint make butter and candy. These hands be sensing niggas. Scar nigga life like they did December. In the hood, but we quick to get you. The woods bet will make a miss you. From the hood to the woods, boss life living something like Shug. No engine, but I come from the hood. But we them niggas said they can't do it. From the wood to the hoods, normal street, we were catching the judge. First street, nigga know what it was. Logan nose, plus I'm thugging with bloods. From the hood to the woods. From the wood to the hoods. Niggas talking, but they don't see that passion with me, but I talk with demons and they wonder why that my flag is bleeding.
Damn, I don't want to be up here by myself. You coming back, KT? There we go.
Are you trying to troll me, man?
No, you said somebody come up, right?
I gave you to the whole song.
I was trying to get up here. Kells had it playing next to me. I'm like, is he ending? I was trying to get up here.
What's good with you, man?
No, what's up with you? No, that's. I mean, hey, if you wanted to end, that's fine. I didn't know.
I'm chilling.
Yeah. What you got going on today?
I was supposed to go to a cookout, but it seems like the cookout is back on. But since you came up here, I'm gonna take it as a sign. I was going to probably try to still go, but now
you should go. Yeah, you gotta barbecue on the floor.
The rain told me not to go in the first place.
Oh shit.
So now so maybe
y'all got rain.
Yeah, it was raining. That shit poured. So people from the cookout was like, "Yo, it's pouring." It was pouring and all that.
Yeah, it's been raining every night here, like even sunny days, but not today. It's sunny here. We ain't that far away.
But then they hit me. They just hit me again and said, "Oh yeah, we gonna still do the cookout."
Yeah, I'll tell you what. There's a will, there's a way. My homie's dad barbecued every night. Like the mom would make like the vegetable, mashed potatoes, whatever the sides were on the stove, but whatever their meat portion was that night, he would barbecue it. I seen this man, you come knock on their door, and they had this like little walkway on the side of their house, like it was their backyard essentially, and you'd see it shoveled from the door to the grill to the little porch, and he would just stand on the porch drinking, smoking his little joints, go to the grill all day. I said, I had never seen
Mike
someone
Martin,
barbecue
salute.
like that.
My bad. Yeah, man. Maybe I was just looking for an excuse not to go anywhere.
That's me every time. I'm like, back in the day, I was so social. Now I'm like, once in a while, I go to a family party and I'm there for like 2-3 hours. Can't do it.
Right.
I'm there for the food mostly. Because, like I said, after so long, it's like, do I want to go and hear the same 3 stories from my family? You know what I mean? Like,
see, nowadays, I go through, show some face, pause, then I say that, listen, I'm going to the bathroom, I'm going to the store, and I ain't coming back.
Yep. My stepdad gets mad because we all stand outside because we smoke. You know what I mean? So it's like, to be respectful, we take it. Like, there's a huge parking lot across the street from my mom's. So we'll go over, like we go and we get our food. If there's a birthday, we go in to say happy birthday, gifts, whatever. But for like the most part, like me, my 2 brothers, and like our kids, we're always outside.
Right.
But we're like, it's like I said, we're not young no more. Like, I'm 40, my brother's 38. Like he's a grandfather, my 38-year-old little brother. Like, you know what I mean? Like he was 16 when he had her, and she was 16 when he had a kid. So he's been a grandfather for a few years.
Shit, my oldest brother, I think, what is he? Like, he probably like 52, 53. He's like a great grandfather.
Wow. I mean, that's what it is. Things have changed over the years. They made that joke that grandmoms are 35 nowadays.
Yeah.
And it's
I
like,
think
if
he
you
had
think,
his first kid at 15 or something like that.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. If you think about it, if you had you're with a shorty, right? When you're 15, you're a freshman in high school, essentially. If you have a kid when you're 15 years old, and then that kid has a kid when they're 15 years old, you're 30. You're 30. Like, 30-year-old grandparent. We never seen that back in the day. Our grandparents were old our whole life.
Right.
That's just true. People look younger nowadays, though.
That's true too.
Like my dad's fucking. I said today we were talking about something, and we'll argue sometimes because I think he works too hard still for his age. Like, Pop, you got to start retiring. Calm down. You know, that kind of. And I'm like, and I figured out I'm like, you're 63, Pop. Holy shit! Like, you know, he doesn't exude that. You look at him and think he was in his 50s.
Yeah, but if you look at these new generations, they start to age quicker.
Yeah, it's the stress. Yep. But our generation, come on, man. That was the generation where they were saying, like, you'd have to ID a girl because she would look like she's 23 and be 15. And you're like, wait, how old are you? Never mind, get out of here.
Yeah,
like, what are you doing in this bar?
That's the immortals.
Yeah, the immortals. Hey, it don't help that black don't crack. I knew some fucking gorgeous black women that are 55. This one woman was Dominican and black. And man, I swear to God, if everybody in this chat bet every penny they had would never guess her age from looking at her. This girl looked 32 every day of the week. She was like 54.
Yeah, you like
you got great genes. Holy shit. I mean, I've always been people always told me and Kels we look young.
Yeah, people tell me I look young too.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say you do. If I seen just, if I was guessing, I'd think you were probably late 30s, 40 area. You know what I mean? You got what, 5 years on me, I think.
Yeah. Which you was 40?
Yeah, just turned 40. Yeah, right before you. 3-4 months before yours.
This one is gonna start flying for you.
It already had. I said that to my daughter. She made a TikTok video of her and her brother, like, you know, growing up through the years, and the song matched. It's a really good TikTok because the song matched it really perfect. But it made her feel like, I guess, nostalgic or whatever. So she messages me and she goes, wow, this video made me realize how fast life goes. I said, kid, you ain't seen shit yet. Like, wait till you have kids. Wait till you have a job. Like, wait till you have bills. Life, it's gone in a blink.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, after like 100 years, it seemed like people who just wasn't here for that long. It seems like a long time. Like 100 years ago was 1,000 years ago in your mind, in your imagination. But if you live to 100, then you see, oh damn, that shit wasn't that long.
If you live to 100, bro, right now, you're born in 1923. What a fucking life you've seen.
Yeah, that's what
like
I'm
my
saying.
grandmother was born in 1930. She passed in 03, so she didn't have to live to see everything after that. But could you imagine that shit if you were born in 1923 and died in 2023 and you were coherent the whole 100 years?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, you seen the Depression, you seen the end of World War I, like the effects of World War I, the Depression, World War II, Vietnam, every war all the way up to 2023. So you would know before some houses didn't have radios, and now people can talk on their phone. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, we made a lot of advancement.
I be believing all of this shit is like a cycle, and then they reset once we get to intelligent.
A certain point.
Yeah, once we start seeing all of this shit is not real, it's simulated and all that, then they start all over. They reset.
I mean, listen, the shit we're finding out nowadays that they thought 10 years ago was crazy. You know what I mean? 10 years ago, they were like, humans have been on Earth for this form of humans have been on Earth for about 20 to 30,000 years. Like last year, they're like, we were very wrong. It's almost 200,000 years.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I think the people in control, I think they already know this shit. They do this. They just keep repeating the same cycle. Cause you see how I don't believe none of this shit.
Mike, fuck them crackers. No, I understand exactly what you're saying. And it's like, if you believe in that level of control, then I think it's very easy to believe in. And it's like, even if you don't necessarily believe there's someone pulling them strings, it's like, we do know we live in cycles. You know what I mean? Things go in cycles, fads. People are wearing baggy pants again. It's like, I thought that was out. I thought that was out.
But what I'm saying is all of this technology, we advancing quick and all of that. Like this shit, I think they just be spoon feeding us this shit.
Everything runs through the military first. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just like a cycle, a program. And once like you see how I think I don't believe none of this shit. What I don't see, it's gonna be more people like me as time goes on.
There already is. I mean, you're one of the rare ones who have your beliefs and believe in a greater path. Most people I've met who have your mind frame are atheist or agnostic. You're like one of the rare ones I've ever met that, has a belief.
Right.
Because it's like, you think of that. If I go, fuck, aliens ain't real. I can't see them. I can't touch. I can't hear it. I can't, you know what I mean? That's fake. And then you're like, but let me praise the invisible guy in the sky. You know what I mean? So some people have that kind of mind frame.
Right.
But like
what I'm saying, I don't.
You have to have other beliefs. You have to look at.
I don't believe in no invisible guy in the sky. You see what I'm saying? Like
for sure. Like I always say, it's a force.
I think that's something
like that.
I think that's included on the stuff I don't believe. Like I believe somebody made that shit up. Like they made up aliens. What's the difference between an invisible guy in the sky and an alien? It's the same damn.
But listen, if we could see proof of things and believe we have a creator. You could. There's nothing you can look at and believe there's aliens other than video or something like that. A light in the sky. We can look at how we breathe in our sleep and say, hey, we're the most advanced machine Earth has ever seen.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. Something intelligent.
We breathe, we think, we're still blinking, and we can dream.
Yeah. Like, something intelligent must have created. Something intelligent created us.
Exactly.
Right.
That's just, that's what I'm saying. In that sense, it's like, whether someone wanted to say it was aliens or a god, you have to believe something created us. I mean, you have
not something. But
people
something
saying we're from apes and shit. I just can't get down with that. Like,
something intelligent, because everything goes with each other. Like the moon brings up the tide. It's oxygen inside the plants. We have 5 fingers. Our hands is like you said, we
the opposable thumb.
Creature.
Our opposable thumb. Yeah.
Right.
And you're so right about that with the sun and think of that. Like, you don't think that there's a creator who made us and this planet perfect for each other. It's like we live off of water. on a planet that's all water. We're 70% water. The planet's 70% water.
Right.
When we could eat the grass, which powers us to shit, which grows more grass, we'll say, but fertilizer for food. The sun it's chasing the sun, and it gives off oxygen, and it takes in the carbon dioxide. It's just too perfect to say, oh, this is all luck. Like, I do believe there's
because you got to remember
there's an amount of luck. Because that's why I don't believe in it.
But what you got to remember is luck. The whole concept of luck is something we made up in our imaginations. There's no such thing as luck. If you would eliminate humans from off the planet, all of the shit we think is supposed to be, it won't exist.
Yeah, time disappears the second the last human dies. That's a fact.
This is all our imagination.
I heard somebody today, and he said they were talking about it was a short, and it was about the calendar. Remember what we talked about the one day where the guy said they lied about 200 years on the calendar or something to get rid of in the Dark Ages. So he was giving that little story, and at the end he goes, time and calendars were invented for people to feel important. And I thought it was funny because it's a short, so he's just making a joke. But it is funny. It is, in retrospect, it is, because it's like, yeah, it is true. Like, we made times and dates, and we made that so we could be like, oh, we need it for our farming and our harvests. And
that's what it's for.
It is what it was invented for. Yeah. But like you said, the second there's no humans, it's the greatest clock in the universe. Yeah, for sure.
Well, you got the lunar calendar, you got the solar calendar, and you got the solar lunar calendar.
Sundials still are used in a lot of places.
Yeah, but a lot of people, the majority of people use the moon calendar.
Yeah. I mean, shit, even we were watching the crab show, Deadliest Catch. They catch the crabs in the Alaska, and his GPS went down. So he's like, find out where you're at, boop, all right, follow the moon. And that's, that's what they had to do 400 years ago. So you'll have to do it.
Yeah. Even that's why when I always say it's only from 0 to 9, because 0 represents nothing, which is something. People don't understand, like, that shit is just natural science. Like, people say you can't create something from nothing. You feel what I'm saying?
You have to. It is a conundrum like that, because you can't answer it either way. Is it something? Yes, but no. Is it nothing? Yes, but no.
Right.
Nothing, you know what I mean?
Nothing always exists.
Exactly.
But nothing is something.
If the Bible, in the Bible, it said he was an eternal nothingness. That means there's something there. It's still a place.
That just means
it's
can't.
Void of what we consider something.
That just means that thing that you can't see, that you have to have faith that exists, and it does. You feel what I'm saying? So that's like the Most High. 0 is like the Most High. You feel what I'm saying?
Try to say this to my fellow agnostics, to atheists. I'm like, you got to at least admit religion is what advanced the world and got us in the positions we're in today. Like, you got to at least be thankful for that, But
you see, what we got to remember is religion is a concept that we made up later on to try to, explain things that we didn't understand.
Explain spirituality. Yep.
Baby girl, salute. That's why a lot of people, like, if you read the Bible, some men are called gods, some men are called lords, and then you got the Most High that's called, because that just means, a teacher or a ruler or whatever you want to call it. You feel what I'm saying? So that title was also given to a lot of rulers and teachers, but the Most High is the supreme ruler and teacher. So that title of God and Lord was given to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the issue is people taking it too literal, and I think we've all agreed on that one time or not. Like, the book is meant to be interpreted. That's why there's no cliff notes. There's no, when you flip to the back of the book and it's like, hey, we got this from. There's none of that. You know what I mean? It's this book.
But they got something called the Apocrypha. They got shit like that. But
like the index and all. I know, but I'm saying it's not to the same level of a book you're supposed to take literal. A book you're supposed to take literal, at the bottom of every Bible page would be like, John meant, you know what I mean? Like, it's not.
Nah, they got shit. They got things like that out there. But what I'm saying is the the Bible, when we read it, sometimes they may be talking about when they say the Lord, his hand, and they talking about a body that could be a real person. Like that could be the emperor, like an emperor. Like look at Alexander the Great. They say he's the son of a god. He's the son of Zeus.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? So it's the son of a god is also called a god. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, demigod. Or if they're half. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So now
So
you
last
have.
night, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You have Julius Caesar. He was made a god, and then Augustus was his son, adopted son, so he was called the son of God. So when you read in these things could really be talking about an individual. But my whole thing is, it don't matter if it's a man, if it don't matter if it's a star, it doesn't matter what's the message that's coming out of it. Now, if it's a positive, good, moral message, I take that coming from the Most High. If it's not, if it's a negative kind of shaky message, I take that as coming from the the adversary, the Satan. So it's the power of discernment. Like even in the book, it says it's not written in ink and stone, it's written in the fleshly bounds of your heart. You feel what I'm saying? Which shit like that.
Last night I seen something that was saying it was an interpretation that the Holy Grail was a baby.
Yeah, that's what
and Mary Magdalene.
And that's what I'm saying. I don't get caught up in stuff like that. What is the Holy Grail's message? You feel what I'm saying? What is the purpose of the whole story?
What's the message of the last dinner, the Last Supper? I mean, rather,
right?
That's what you're supposed to interpret.
Right. Exactly.
But yeah, there's this whole 20-minute video, and they're like, "Oh, what if they didn't mean a cup? What if they meant a child?"
Yeah, I think that's just distractions from.
Totally agree.
Because a lot of people don't want to be told that this is what this is the right way to go about it, or they don't want to be told the truth. So they
no one wants to hear their ways wrong.
Right.
And there's so much propaganda, bro. I mean, you could ask people on the street right now, what's our biggest worry, and they'll say Russia, China, and it's like, I seen a video. A guy was on Joe Rogan, and once I watched it on that, of course, it suggests other things. He had a TED talk. This guy has been all over the place, saying like, China will be lucky to make it to 2030 as a country. They're like falling apart so bad, but the propaganda got people thinking like planes are going to be flying over tomorrow.
Right.
And it's just like, I mean, they did tell people to stop having kids for 20 years.
Oh yeah, that's how
you're gonna have no daughters for 20 years. Now you have a young, they have teenagers and old people. That's it. They have no middle-aged people in that country.
Yeah. Population control, man. That's the goal of every government.
Fact. It's just a bullshit because it really shouldn't be about that. There's enough room on the planet for everyone to spread out, have the resources they need, and keep the population at probably 10 billion.
But then they won't.
But we're going to hit 10 billion by 2050.
But I'm not. When I say population control, I'm not talking about numbers and all that. It's keeping control over the population.
Oh yeah. It ain't just about eliminating. It's about everybody.
They only eliminate because they know if the numbers on this side go up, they lose more control. You feel what I'm saying? So everything is about controlling, the people who's inside.
4th of July, motherfuckers.
Controlling your population.
I just see my homie and I said that. I'm like, I was like, didn't you say before you don't celebrate the 4th? He's like, no, I like it. I'm like what I tell people is I understand because it is hard to be like, happy 4th of July if you don't totally rock with the government. You know what I mean? I understand that. Like even what you've spoken on before, like you're supposed to like light some fireworks. You've been held back. What the total history or whatever of America. Yeah. But it's like for me, I think you got to just kind of like make your own thing out of it. You know what I mean? That's what I try to do on 4th, Memorial Day, shit like that. It's like family, maybe you barbecue and just like certain little things you can do that ain't got to be on TV waving, fuck yeah, brother, America.
Well, I look at all holidays as a form of population. I like history, all of that. That's why I don't believe it. I look at all of that shit as a form of population control. Like I question everything that we allowed to do in this government because we only allowed to do it so they can stay in control.
Yeah, it's like, why are we allowed to do it? Because they can make money off it.
It's not even money, it's control.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of them are after both. You know what I mean?
If it was
These
up to
motherfuckers
them, they'll put us back into bondage or slavery in order to control us. But they know they can't keep control of that.
that people wouldn't stay down long enough.
Coach Al, salute.
Coach, salute, brother.
So they got to get us our imagine. They got control of our minds, our imagination. They make us believe in a bunch of bullshit that don't do nothing but distract us and divide us. And, that's it.
That's such a good point. It's such a good point because what you're saying too, because it's like some people hear that and go, "Oh, you sound like a conspiracy," but it's like at the end of the day, like simple first grade math, 1 + 1. It's like if you just look at things and like what's getting America going right now, right? To get people in arguments in this country, race, gender politics, and all these other things on the internet. If the fucking government wanted to take over tomorrow, right, and they're kicking in your door and saying prison or death, and you got to pick one, like we're talking like the UN army, whatever. Let's say you seen Red Dawn. There's a fucking invasion tomorrow. Ain't none of that shit gonna matter.
Exactly. Hassan, salute.
Black, white, and transsexual will be fighting next to each other for survival. All that shit will be right out the window.
And that's why when we start getting too united, they start some type of war and give us a common enemy.
That's what's happened plenty of times.
Yeah. Coach Al, somebody drop Coach Al link. Salute, Coach Al.
I had said that when the George Floyd situation started. It really bothered me because I living in a mixed neighborhood. I was seeing that race relations had to start to ease a little bit. People were starting to accept each other, and then bang. You know what I mean? People started dividing again, and then you had Trump coming in, and that was dividing people. And it's like, what is happening?
Right. Alan, salute. Like me personally, if people decided today, right? If everybody in the country decided today, we don't want to use money to pay for stuff no more. We're going to use marbles. They're going to have to comply with what we want.
Oh, for sure.
But if they keep us divided and fighting over the fake money and all of that really doesn't exist, then they can control us, divide and conquer 101.
See, money not existing, like generally, is the first step. Salute, Haas. And a lot of people can't fathom it. You say it and they can't even grasp what you're saying about like money holds no back because we were taught it was backed by gold. But I'm like, okay, then rip off the corner and go get your 20 cents.
You ever seen Madagascar?
Yeah.
It's like that. We was born in a habitat or a zoo.
No, I get it. I get
so
the
we can't even comprehend what it's like to not be in this system.
To run wild in the homeland. Wow.
Right.
Wow. That's a good analogy.
But we got to remember, before money and the government and hospital, everything we think we need, before that, we still survive. And it's still places in this world where, they don't even have light and electricity and advancements and all that. And some of them, they living longer than us.
They don't get the same diseases we get because they're contained.
But whatever it is, they don't need.
Yeah, I'm just giving that as an example.
No, I know
we were worried about that shit 2 years ago, and it's like they might not even have to worry about like measles, mumps, the shit we get as an infant. Yeah, the shots we get as an infant.
Yeah,
so self-contained.
No, measles came
the sad part about that is we know a lot of times we don't need these things that we've been taught as a whole, that we need these things to survive and we need certain things to be comfortable. And when you teach others, or not teach rather, when you tell others, hey, there are civilizations prior to us, civilizations that are within the present time that don't have half the stuff that we have, and they're surviving. But when you tell people these things, they look at you like you're crazy. Like when you tell somebody, right, you don't need a vaccine, and any vaccine, I don't care what vaccine it is. If you tell somebody you don't need that, all you need is a certain nutrition. As long as you consume, or your intake is certain things on a daily basis and not the fake stuff that they sell you, right? The synthetic foods and things of that nature. When you tell somebody, hey, you don't need vaccines to keep your immune system up to par. God Almighty created your body to be able to do that naturally based off of the things that He created for us to eat. But when you tell people things like that, they label you, oh, you're anti this, or oh, you're a conspiracy this, or oh, where'd you get that information? So it's like we all know these things, but when we speak these things, people don't listen, not even ourselves. A lot of times we speak these things and we don't even listen to our own words.
I mean, you're right about
Because
that in a way.
it's learned behavior. Red Jones, salute. I'll give you a
Fact.
story. I had a pit bull, right? And I was given this pit bull as a puppy. So it wasn't around his parents and all that. So I had to teach the pit bull how to sit down, how to shit on the paper, how to do everything. So now this pit bull had 14 puppies, right? So after a couple of days or a week, the pit bull was with her puppies. And I came in the house and I said, sit down. And she sat down and all of them damn pit bulls sat down.
Wow.
When I took her out to walk, I told her to stop and not run across the street. I took her out to walk with all of the little pit bulls. When she stopped, they all stopped. They didn't cross the street. My point of that story is a learned behavior. So we was been taught, our parents been taught this, their parents been taught this.
Yeah.
So, all you got to do is break the first generation and teach them, and they're going to teach their offspring in the next generations.
Good. I mean, to Hassan's point, it's like, what is a vaccine? It's them introducing the disease to your body. It's limited and mixed with other things, of course, but that's what a vaccine originally was. Like, how'd they get rid of the Spanish flu? They took a portion of the Spanish flu, little of this, little of that, all shook it in a bottle, and here you go. But that's how so what Hassan's saying is, if keep your body in good physical shape, keep your immune system up, and you're going to do, it's the same thing, it pretty much.
No, I
if the virus comes to your body, keep your body up so it handles it. I understand where he's coming from.
I understand what he's saying, but that's the reason he said it is that people they're going to keep doing, we creatures of habit. So when I was telling the story, I was just trying to say that this is something that was embedded in us through. So now
like
you could be with a wife, your wife and all of that, and you want to try something, like it's something you see that you can change the world, or this is not right and all that, and you can be like, yo, I think we can do this and this could work, and she's gonna be like, nah, that don't work. Like, you feel what I'm saying? This is what I was taught. This is how I was taught to do it. This is what I'm going to do. I'm not trying to try nothing new. But if you do it and then you show her, bang, look, I did it even quicker, even better, then she's gonna be like, oh, you know what?
You were right.
Right.
Yeah.
Or she might be like, nah, I would still stick to the. You see what I'm saying? So
she's gonna be spiteful and stubborn and be like, nope, always better.
So what we got.
It's a good point though. Be the first generation to break it. I understand that.
We gotta we gotta find solutions instead of talking about the problem. We gotta find solutions and then apply them. You feel what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
The sad part is most people, the reason why it becomes all talk and not solutions on an individual basis, most people find the solutions on an individual basis because most people don't want solutions. They don't want it. They're used to the normal routine and regimen of whatever it is that's going on. They, even with modern problems now in life, and even people don't want to come up with their own solutions. They rather go online or go to a group of individuals that seem like they have the solution and then ride with that if it sounds good enough to convince them. You know what I'm saying? Like that's and just like with holidays are taught. You taught holidays. We're all taught to celebrate holidays, but when you really, really sit back and think about it, right? You think about how the holidays power our economic system. Why? Because for every holiday, there's always something that you're supposed to buy or you've been taught to buy, something you're supposed to have. You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, the powers that be, the they, and the they that I'm talking about at this time are the political powers, the people who tax us and things of that nature. They're making their capital. They're making their capital every week, every year, every month. You know what I'm saying? And we've been taught to keep it up.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah, that's
this stupid
capitalism. Keep
holiday,
funding it. Yeah.
right? This dumb holiday right here, spend money on this. If you don't buy this, then technically you're not selling.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
you're
I
not
know what he was saying.
celebrating the
Let's
fourth
celebrate that.
unless you have fireworks, right?
That's so true, though. I can't think of a single holiday where you don't have to, like, there's not an expectation of you to have something. What, Arbor Day? Am I supposed to grab a pine cone and bury it? That's free. That's free. I can contribute on Arbor Day. But think about it. If you go from January 1st, just quickly, New Year's Eve, you're expected to buy booze. Valentine's, obviously, you're supposed to treat your significant other. You got Easter. Easter, if you're religious, you're still buying dinner, going to church, the gas to get to church, whatever the case is there. If you're not religious, you could be doing Easter egg hunts. Some people do both. You know what I mean? So it's like every holiday, 4th of July, Flag Day, Memorial Day. Oh, I got to go buy my American flags. It's Memorial Day.
Yeah,
I know people.
everything.
I know people that buy them on Memorial Day, take them down on Labor Day. Every year they get their awnings put up, cloth awnings.
And that's why I say we products, because anything we do is for gain, for financial gain. When we die, anything we use, we got to pay taxes. And that's what I was saying earlier with the social media shit. Now, if something happened to you on social media, people could get paid off of that. You feel
the amount of taxes, bro. If it's the 4th of July, let's talk about the forefathers. They would be killing motherfuckers at all the taxes we have. You can't even die for free. And if you're rich, you definitely can't die for free. There's an inheritance, there's a death tax and an inheritance tax.
Right. And that's why I don't
believe. That means I got to pay to die and my kids got to pay to get my money because I died.
And that's why I don't believe in the forefathers and that whole story about we all created equal. Like that shit that shit is a lie.
It was a lie from jump. Yeah, it was a lie from jump.
So the forefathers probably be happy that motherfuckers is paying all these taxes. They like somebody smart enough to get these motherfuckers to pay taxes without us knocking on the door.
Yeah.
Now they just giving it over.
That whole saying in itself, that's all that is manipulation. Make people feel like they're equal to you, or make people feel like basically they're equal. We're all equal. Then they can really treat you. They can really treat you as if you're not equal, but as long as they tell you that, hey, no, you're equal to us, you're equal to everyone, and it's not based on the action, then, and it's just based off of the words, then people go for that. You know what I'm saying? Right. That's I don't trust. I don't. I feel like we are all created equal, but does everybody respect that? No.
Right.
No, I think you're right. It was a tagline, because if you think about it, is it easier to get money out of people who think they're your equal or someone that thinks they're your lesser?
Right.
If I'm the government and I make you feel my lesser, you're not going to want to give your money. Now, if I make you your equal, you're handing me your money. I ain't even got to ask for it. Oh, you need a little extra money for the church? You need a little extra money for the school? You need a little extra money for the police force? Here you go. We're equals. I got to pay.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It's all about manipulation. It's just like chess. In chess, a person who doesn't, they're just trying to, win and take pawn. Well, really, the whole game of chess is to win, but they're just trying to take pawns, right? They're not really thinking. They're not thinking ahead. But, a person who knows how to play chess, they know how to manipulate their opponent to allow their opponent to make certain moves to snatch their pieces for the overall move, 1 or 2 or maybe 3 moves that they're going to do to totally, win the game or dismantle you. And that's what the powers that be do. They can't control people, as you said, Murph, unless they give you a little bit of leash to make you feel like, no, you're allowed to roam. Yeah, wait, but you roamed over here. Now, because you're allowed to roam, we forgot to tell you that we also have a toll for your roaming. You know what I'm saying? Or, oh, no, you're allowed to travel and say whatever you want. There is such thing as freedom of speech, but we forgot to tell you that there can be a penalty behind your speech, such
No
as
freedom of consequence.
censorship or whatever. Like, that's how they get people.
It's the fine print. It's the fine print. You don't have freedom of consequence. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why. That's why I don't be believing in none of this shit. People,
I mean, a lot of people don't know enough.
People lie. People steal on low levels. Imagine when you have all of that power. You
All
think
that
those
money,
people is
access to
honest?
money.
It's like people think that the people who run the government and is in charge and all that is supposed to suddenly become honest and trustworthy. Like, you're not on a lower level. When motherfucker get a little bit of money and power, they not trustworthy.
There's always a low life in any line of work. You can work at McDonald's and there's one guy who works and one guy who don't. You know what I mean? There's some guy that treats everybody like shit, steals. That's in every job. That ain't. It's not going to stop because you work in fucking Washington D.C. now.
And that's what, and to KT point as well. And that's why I always say, like, and people will say, oh, you're being negative, or oh, you don't like your own kind, or something like that. But to me, it's like this, exactly kind of like what you said. Why will we cry to the powers that be to give us, like, so the same people who gave you your rights, right, and will take your rights, and they'll take your rights and do foul stuff and get away with it, are the same people we will cry to for our rights. You get what I'm saying? So it's like we'll say, oh, you don't allow this, or you won't give us this in society, or you won't do this for us. But if we know they're corrupt, why are we even asking or expecting for them to do certain things? Why would we expect them to give us rights purely? Why would we expect that if we already know that they're corrupt enough to where they will do something, and not only are they so powerful, they'll do something and they'll have the power to hide the evidence of them doing something. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, why do we look for these people to do anything for any race at that? Why do and this ain't about race at all. Why do we look to the powers that be, the people that are in control, right? Why do we look to them to do anything for us? Why do we expect for them to say, oh, let's care about the low people in society, all the low class people? No, they set up the structure in this system to keep us exactly where we're at. That's, well, most of us.
Right. And that's why
that was their goal.
Right. Platypus. But for us to say nothing, silence is compliance.
Yeah.
So you got to remember, the people is in the war against the government and all that. So we might not can win the war straight out, but it takes a lot of battles to win.
Lose the battle, but win the war.
I say it goes off of what you said prior to that, though. Lead by example. So if we know word just doesn't come across, paperwork just doesn't take care of situations, we know that bringing up certain situations, it just I understand, like, silence is compliance. I understand that. But sometimes, like, just being silent and not even caring about these people, right, and just doing you is a good way. Being that example, like you said, being an example is a better way to do things. But most of us don't do that. We want a solution right then and there, and we want the solution to be handed to us by the same people that we're complaining about that ain't giving us solutions.
Right. So it brings me back to what I was saying before. Like, if you could figure out a way to get something done, and people is trained or programmed to think a certain type of way, you're gonna have to jump outside the box and show and prove for people to do that. And then, like, maybe you might not get exactly what you want, but you won this battle, which gets you closer to ultimately winning the war. You see what I'm saying?
It made me. I just seen something on the news the other day, and this actually kind of links to that. So they're saying there was like threats or the chance of a blackout, internet, maybe electric, right? And they're saying like millions would die. And it just made me think, like, how long do you think you would survive without that? Like, at
I
least
could
the
go.
electric.
I could go for that. I could go for the no, and I don't mean to be funny, but I could go for them saying I could go for them saying and thinking, hey, millions will die. Why? Because
That's
most
crazy
people
to me.
solely survive on the internet. Like a lot of people,
I
not
understand
just
that, but I
they're
think
not
we
just
always
getting on here
survive.
for social, but they're using it. And I'm not to agree with it, but a lot of people like, yo, you take, let's say they have a business and their business is based on Instagram. You take their Instagram away. If that was their livelihood, their business on on Instagram, and you shut down Instagram, those people are going to be so hurt. And the
It
thing
happened
about
to
it
a
is,
lot
like
of
we was
people.
talking about earlier, we've been taught that we can't survive without these things. So if they take the internet, most people have been taught that they cannot function without the internet, forgetting that we once lived in days where there wasn't any internet, there wasn't phones, there wasn't, instant connection, instant networking, instant gratification. There wasn't none of that. But people have been molded to this comfort zone of constantly relying on the powers that be that provide and give these things. They give these platforms. They created the internet. They give all these things to make you feel like you need it eventually. So I could go for the.
Yeah, I
I could
think that's
go.
crazy to
I
me.
can understand it, and it's funny that they, that they would say that because they know that's how people are going to act. They know
Yeah,
people are gullible like that.
yeah, but what you got to remember also is it's people that was born, they don't know what it is to be without the internet. Like we was born in a
Yeah.
time that we understand how it feels to, not have the internet, but they was born in a time where they don't know nothing else. Like they don't
Yep.
understand what it was to not have the internet and all. It's like our parents would tell us, back in my day, we used to have to walk 6 miles to school. Like we can't fathom walking 6
In the
miles
snow
to
up to
school.
our shoulders.
Yeah, maybe that's a little bit of cap, but some people really had to walk 3-4
Yeah, it
miles
was
to school.
rougher.
They didn't have
Mhm.
school buses. You feel what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, but in
I
this
mean,
day and
listen,
age,
millions
no
make
one
sense though.
comes into the world butt naked with internet in their hands. You know what I'm saying? You as you get older, now it's worse in this age. Well, it's more because in this age, like once a child turns like 4, 5, 6 years old, oh, if their parents allow them, they're capable to get on the internet. Okay, boom. So that's when they're introduced to the internet. But people don't come into this world, that's, as you said, that's something that's taught. Like, so
Yeah.
even this generation, they know what it is to have internet, but they also know what it means to also not have internet. You get what I'm saying? At the same time, because everybody that like, you might have a household where the parents get on the internet and the children aren't allowed to use the internet. You know what I'm saying? Or you might have a household where there's internet, but the parents really don't use it. Like they don't survive on it. Like that survival thing, that, hey, rely on the internet, that is something that has been taught. It's a fixation that they want people to have. Like just relying on it. No one comes into this world, needing the internet in their veins. They've
right,
been taught that through all
right.
these
That's what I'm
different.
saying.
But that
I don't
brings me
think
back
no
to
one
my
should our age should die. No one our age, middle age, with a brain should die. I understand old folks, premature babies, things like that, because you're talking no electric grid. Of course, they need electric to live, whatever. But if you're talking a healthy grown adult can't survive 2 weeks in an electric grid down, like you can't
but
go
that
find fresh,
You'll
clean
be
water.
surprised.
But that brings me back to my point of if you go when you start school, the internet is in school. Like everything
Yeah.
is through the internet now. Like people sign up for things, go thing. Like, but it brings me back to my point of a school bus. Like when school buses was created, kids couldn't fathom unless they had no school bus in a town and it was only one school and you have to walk 3-4 miles to school. Like they can't fathom that shit walking to school.
Yeah,
Some
there
of
were a
these
lot of kids
kids,
that didn't
some of
go.
these kids don't even know how to walk to school. They
Mhm.
only know how that they get on this damn school bus and it takes them to school, and then afterwards they get back on and this shit drops them back home.
Drops them at their front
So when
door,
they
not even
parents
around the
say
corner.
it wasn't no school buses, then like I used to have to walk 3 miles. They looking at them like they crazy. I would never walk 3 miles to school. You crazy?
I ain't going 3 blocks. Yep.
Now when the school bus is not running, we ain't going to school. Because now even the parents is like, shit, I ain't walking you to school 3 miles. I mean, when I was a kid, I had to do it, you know.
You think about it, before school buses, some kids probably weren't going to school in rural places like farms and shit. Until school buses were built, those kids never went to school.
But those
but
who
now
went
you're
to
right
school
about
had
that.
to walk. They had to walk, or if they had a horse, or if their parents can afford a horse or the carriage, you feel what I'm saying? To drop them off to school. But those who didn't had to walk to school. Those who couldn't
Some of
afford
these
shoes
gated
had to walk.
communities,
They had to walk barefooted. Like some people, we can't fathom now living without
not having
shoes.
shoes. Yep.
You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I could
it's like
fathom.
you could get shoes.
I'm
that.
saying as a collective, there's people from Caribbean islands that they come here, they be walking through the street without no shoes or some type of shit.
Straight
But
up.
here in America, like me, I can't walk, without no shoes in the street. You feel me?
Yeah, people will look at you crazy right away.
No, it's not that they look at me crazy. My feet is not built like that. You know what I'm
Your
saying?
feet absorb anyway. You shouldn't be barefooted. Your feet absorb.
A lot of times, barefoot, and don't get me wrong, but a lot of times barefoot is better than wearing shoes because shoes make your feet sweat. It builds up on fungi if you don't have, good feet because your feet aren't getting no air. It's in a dark place. So a lot of times, but we've been taught that, hey, no, the proper way to walk around is to wear shoes and socks. You know what I'm saying? The only way you can survive is by wearing shoes or socks. But as you said, like in different countries, man, they're walking through jungles and all sorts of stuff, desert, jungles, wherever, and they don't have shoes, or they might have shoes, but like the bare minimum of what a shoe consists of. You know what I'm saying?
Because they feet adapted to that, but our feet adapted to shoes. So when we try to walk around with no shoes on, we might feel more stuff on the ground than they might, because they feet develop some type of extra sole skin, piece of skin or some type of shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like
our feet has developed that too. But you know what people will call it if they see, oh, you got callus on your feet.
Right.
Oh, you need to go get your feet done. Right. That's oh, you need to go get your nails done.
It's
stuff
like
that.
One of my uncles, he's like a cook, so he's used to hot plates, so he can hold a plate longer than a regular like me or something.
Oh,
like, that shit hot. That shit ain't hot because he got adapted. His fucking hands adapted to this shit. You feel
I've had jobs like that, and even when I played drums, I still got I haven't played drums in 10 years probably, but I still got calluses in certain spots where the drumsticks that's where they were.
It's niggas who could kick down trees. Like, you ever seen the video of the dude kicking the tree down with his shin?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, we try that shit. We gonna bust our shit.
Yep.
You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, their shins are from doing it so much. It's flattened out a little bit. Their leg muscles are crazy. Yeah.
Repetition. We can adapt to anything.
It's just that's what I'm saying. That's what I think about the people, millions dying. It's like I said, I understand people who need electricity to breathe, or you're talking premature babies, people and old folks and all that. I understand that. But if you're talking about like a 20-year-old female from LA, an influencer, it's like you shouldn't die if it was only 2 weeks.
But
like
you
should be able to survive at least.
People die all the time. It's like,
I mean, people can't survive regular world, so right?
If we looked at the statistics of how many people die each week in this country, it's like some type of war or some type of shit is going on. You feel what I'm saying?
Deaths from exposure. Exposure means you're dying.
I'm just talking about in general, just people who die, like the amount of people who die each week in this country and other countries is massive, but they don't show us those numbers, so we think people are not dying. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's like in America, I think it's like 10,000, 20,000 people a day or something.
And I mean, they got their fake statistics, but that doesn't encompass everyone. That if we were just saying America, they even when they give numbers, it's not all numbers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's an estimation.
I agree with you. There is a war going on. There is a war
population
going on.
control. That's what it always goes back to.
Estimation.
Yeah, it goes back to population control. They want people. People need to die and all of that type of shit, so they can keep control of the population.
Oh, you got to take how many babies are being born a day, plus how many people are dying a day, and you figure out the balance, right? So if it's if 3 people are dying a day, but 8 are being born, you're getting 5 people per day. That's not
but
accounted for.
some of those
That's the
births,
shit they're adding up. That's
are you counting like the stillbirths and shit like that?
Well, that's what I'm just saying. That's how they're doing. How they're looking at population control. They're taking born per day times death per day, and that balance is that
right
above or below a certain number.
Will it keep
Also,
that same number they need to keep control?
They have reasons to lie to us, though. Like they tell us we got 350 million, right? That's what they say America is. Almost 360 now, 360 million. Now, if it was 220 million, right? And they told us it was 360. It's easier to fight immigration. It's easier to push abortion issues and things like that because you're like, they think we have 12 million more than or 120 million more than we do. Do you know what I mean? So it's easier to push those things the higher the population is.
Man, I wouldn't give a gosh darn if we had who. This the thing. Who are they to say there's too many people who exist in the world? Regardless of what number they tell you is in the United States. I don't care if they said, "Yo, there's 1 billion people in the United States." That doesn't mean that 2 people out of that billion deserve to die because the powers that be feel like, hey, we're overpopulated. A lot of that stuff is just malarkey. Like a lot of that, even the population numbers, because when they do the census where they send the people down around with the name tags to check how many people are in your house, those are just people that's opening up the door that they can account for. There's way more than what they say is in America. There's way more. Or get this, it could be way less. They could be hyping up the numbers of people just to make you feel like, oh, we need to depopulate. We need the population under control.
What if the census was really to find illegals and they just told us it's to find out who everybody is?
See,
I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. That's why they have simple crimes as well. That's why they have
we don't know who this Latin person is, where they came from.
This is why I gotta make the point when I say population control. I'm not talking about the lives and deaths. I'm talking about actually controlling the population. So when you look into these things, divide and conquer is something in order to use to control the population. Propaganda is to control the population. Wars, history, science, all of this shit everything is used to keep us under control. So they know if they got control of the numbers, they can control the population. If they got control of this, they can control the population.
And y'all were talking about the money earlier, and that's what when money was originally created, like the U.S. dollar, you know what I'm saying, and things of that nature. These banks, the families that own these banks, they're pretty much their motto. If you control the money, you control everything. If you control the money, you control the food. If you control the food and resources, you control everyone. If you can make people think that this $100 paper dollar is really worth something, and by them having it, it has value. If you can make a person feel that way, you can control them. And that's why that's what we was talking. That's why I didn't get into it, but when we were speaking about fiat currency, because that's all it is. All it is paper money, monopoly money that they tell you is backed by gold and silver and all these things, but really it's not.
Right? Alan, salute. See, but you got to remember when they first started creating money, people was turning in like assets, like they was turning in cows and land, and so they was giving them these things, and these people was giving them money, saying that this was worth what they was giving them. So now
money, it was a promissory note, basically.
Right? So now when they got control of these lands and control of this livestock and control of all of this type of stuff, they tricked you by acting like they giving you something that's worth that, but they just wanted control of the real assets that we already had.
Right, turn in your gold. So listen to this. If I'm in power listen to this. If I'm in power and I want to collect all the, let's just say, just for example, I want to collect the gold from you two. If I can fool you to say, hey, look, the gold y'all possess, the gold that you're sitting on, I have some paper money and I teach you, I tell you what money is, and I just make up some story and say, now, I'll give you this. Now give me your gold. I just tricked y'all.
Right.
I just tricked you. I just gave you something worthless, and you gave me something that minerals or something
With
that'll be
value.
worth value to
Yeah.
somebody.
But check this out. The gold was a trick too, because people gave people gold and people sold their land and stuff like that's what's really worth something. Land and shit like that. Like gold is not worth
The
anything.
trick came in
Yeah,
too,
because you can
Casey.
find
They
gold
were
on
lending.
your land. In
No,
They
your
were
I
land.
lending people
understand
your
that, but
gold.
it only makes your now they taking your land because you now is gold there. So now people is going to get the gold out the land and all that, or they'll buy your land to say, listen, this is what the goal is, but it's really the land. Like land and shit like that is what's really what really means something.
Oh, you own all the land, you set the price.
Right, because you can't
Yeah.
have a government. The government can't be in power if they don't control the land. You feel what I'm saying? So they have to
And you
trick
think
you
about it,
into
when
giving
money
up
started,
your land.
the
You
issue
gotta
came
remember,
in because they were lending people off
Yeah,
your
I
gold.
agree.
but you got to
That's what
remember
happened.
when they came here before they made the system, people didn't own land; they just lived on the land. So now the government will come along and trick you, say, "Listen, I'm gonna give you all of this gold or whatever for this land." Have the agreement with them, but in actuality, that's not your land. People come through there all the time, leave, blah blah blah. You see what I'm
Oh,
saying?
That's what
So
they did with the natives.
you know,
that's what they did
it's
everywhere. They did that
it's
everywhere.
definitely not our land, because anytime you own property like a home or anything, and the government, your county government or whoever can come to you and say, hey, we're building this new establishment and we would like to purchase your land from you. They're not really purchasing your home. They're purchasing the land so they can tear your home down and build on it. Right? Okay, so when they do that and you say, no, I'm not selling my land. My land's been in my family for 50 years, da da da. You know you don't own it when they can still say, well, look, we're taking it anyway because we have something that we're building for this area that is going to bring, and you're just in the way. So technically, yeah, you're right. We don't own anything technically, especially when you pay taxes on your land. Like when you got to pay taxes when you buy out your land, and then you still got to pay taxes on it. You know you don't own it.
Right, because you got to remember the people in the beginning who they convinced that they owned the land and sold it to them. They have these fake ass contracts. Chief Running Bull.
I was gonna say they did it with the natives. Yeah. Give us this
But
land.
they do that with
some
everybody.
blankets.
Every government do that. If they don't come in by conquering and just pillaging, they come in with contract. They do both. A lot of times they do something called a forced flag operation, where they act like it's two opposing countries. Say you got Spain and France, they'll have the people fight amongst each other like they fighting for the government or whatever like that. But they work together. They sit together in the United Nations all the time. You see what I'm saying? And they come up with agreements. Listen, we're gonna split it here. Like after World War I, World War II, they start splitting up. You take this, you take that, you take this. We're gonna call this country name. We're gonna call this country name. And after a while, people think these countries existed for a long time when they really didn't. Like Europe wasn't. It's not something that's new. I mean, Europe is something that's new, like a united Europe or shit like that. These things started happening after like in the 1800s. Yeah, because you got to remember, even India was called something else. Hindustan, and India was over here was called India. You feel what I'm saying? But in like the 1700s, not really that long ago, a lot of these things was created, and we, in our mind, we think these shits is thousands of years old. Like
That's
Rome.
a fact.
Rome is the Vatican. Rome is a corporation. It's not even the real Rome that you think you're reading about in history. So you think that Rome with the Pope, that little city right there, that corporation is thousands of years old. Julius Caesar, that's not the same shit.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
Rome was
saying.
destroyed, but the Vatican pretty much created, they pretty much, that's their way of bringing that whole structure of Rome back, but making it their own entity. Because the
Right.
Vatican is its own entity. Like, it's not even a part. It's kind of like DC not being a state. It's its
Right.
own entity in the United States.
Right. It's a
But we
corporation.
know.
It's a corporation.
Yeah. That's crazy though.
So
That's
is
like how.
America, and that's how the Moors and all these people be saying, "Oh yeah, well you could get away with when they teach you, oh, if you get pulled over, say you represent, you're not a citizen, but you live in the United States of Republic and all this wild stuff." But these are the things that they teach you that you could that certain individuals can say to let them know, like, oh, okay, well, you know what, we give you a pass. But once again, the same people that they learn these, when you learn about corporations and stuff like that, it's the people it's the powers that be that's telling you this, that, oh no, it's a corporation. So then when people, when or oh no, it's this, or it's, we're separate states, it's the
Right.
people that's saying this. But it's not something that, like you said, things change over time. So like years and years and years and years ago, America was not America with different states and all these other
Right.
things.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. There was 13 colonies. A
And
lot
that's
of these
why
states, ain't even 100 years old.
and a lot of states came about after the fact. Because
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I remember in school, it was what, like literally, what, when I was in school, it was like what, 50 states or something,
Right.
and
Yeah,
then
it's
now all
still
of a sudden
50.
it's like
It's still
51,
50.
52 or something.
Yeah,
I
it's
might
still
be off.
50. I don't know. A lot of people think it's 52, but it's still 50.
But
But
when
you got to
was
think.
the
Because
Louisiana purchase? When
But
was the
yeah, that was gonna
Louisiana
say,
purchase?
people don't realize, like, we got that from Napoleon.
Right. That's what I'm
Like,
saying. A
people
lot of
don't even
these
realize,
states
like,
is
we
new.
got the whole Midwest and like New Orleans. We got all
Right.
that from fucking Napoleon, 1812 type shit.
Right.
People don't even realize.
Right. And that's why I tell people about my family come from, Seminoles and all that. Like they was all, but when Spain was so quote unquote in control, they was free and all of that. And then when England and France start coming in, they start enslaving a lot of black people who was already free, and they had an agreement with Spain, and they had, you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lot of shit that be going on in this history that motherfuckers don't even be.
Oh, I was watching something
about.
recently. They said it was crazy back then. Like when William Penn came to Pennsylvania, it was like he was given that, it was owed to his dad from the King of England. His dad died, so they gave it to him.
Right.
And the Quakers, they say basically the Quakers were so annoying. This is how the guy put it. They were so annoying that the king was like, give them some land in the New World, get them out of here. So he goes over, and when he lands, he has not only the famous Lenni Lenape native tribe, the Delaware Indians, but there's also Dutch, Swedish, like the Philadelphia flag is still Swede colors, blue,
Right.
baby blue, and yellow. And people don't even realize that. It's like Pennsylvania, the guy it's named after, he came here thinking this is his, and it's like, oh shit, there was even Europeans here already. PA was founded in the 1600s.
A lot of places in America was named after like English settlers and all that stuff. Like especially like the and I'm not trying to be funny, but like New York, I had learned like the boroughs are named after English people. Like they're named after certain English settlers and things of that nature who came over here. You know what I'm saying? Like it's DC. There's a lot of things that are named after. You get what I'm saying? But I just said that to say that, man, stuff constantly changes. And I don't trust these people. When they start saying, like, when we start hearing things like, oh, America's a corporation, and we know that all corporations screw people over. Walmart Corporation screws people over every day.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
You got to remember, some of these states are also named after native.
Yeah, all a bunch of different. Manhattan's named after the Manhattan, the native tribe. But anything with new in it, and especially like the East Coast, it's from like New York is from York, New Jersey's from Jersey, shit like that in England.
Right.
But it's like Virginia's after Queen Virginia or Princess Virginia, one of those. Georgia's King George, like things like that. Almost all of them. Pennsylvania means Penn's Woods.
Charlotte, Queen Charlotte was. They said she was black. Queen Charlotte.
Yeah, and then after time, they started changing places' names to like Jefferson, Lincoln, Washington, things like that. After the
And
president.
it's crazy. They just changed Route 1. I know you're familiar with Route 1. I mean,
In
this ain't
Philly,
really
it's
on topic,
Roosevelt
but it
Boulevard.
is.
It's
Yeah,
Roosevelt
they
Boulevard.
changed it to they changed it to Patriot Highway.
Yeah. Look at Biggie Smalls and certain rappers got neighborhoods named after them or blocks named after them.
Yep, blocks named after
Yeah, I
them.
get that. Like, if you grew up in a community and then like, your family, you pass away, or even while you're alive, if you made an impact on your community, they'll change one little street to your name. You know what I'm saying? But like, I'm talking about like route, you don't see them calling Route 1 Biggie Smalls. You get what I'm saying?
But
Like
you got Malcolm X.
they'll give a Negro a little suburban
But
street
you
or
got
cul-de-sac.
Malcolm X Boulevard. You got Martin Luther King. And
Yeah, in every hood. In every Malcolm X Boulevard you hear about is always filed up. Ain't that messed up?
But what was it called before that? Some of us know, some of us don't know. Some of us only
I
know
don't
it as
know.
Martin Luther King Boulevard, and some of us that's older. Oh, that used to be Jeffro's place. You know what I'm saying?
See, in Philly, like
there's
people
a
in
mountain.
Philly didn't call it Route 1. We called it Roosevelt Boulevard. That was the name before it was Route 1.
Oh yeah, and MLK, because like MLK is everywhere. Like they got an MLK in Greensboro, North Carolina, and it's filed up. It's right next to it runs past an all black college, and that area is filed up.
They got they got places in America called Negro Island, Negro Mountain, Negro Fort. Like, there's a lot of shit that happened in this country that we don't even understand.
Yeah.
That went
Yeah,
on.
even the names of the shit we come like. People, Philadelphia in Latin means brotherly love. Pennsylvania means Penn's Woods. People don't even know that shit about like Kensington, where I'm from. That's from Kensington, England. There's a place in England, it's still to this day, there somebody's like the Dutch or Duchess of Kensington.
Yeah, it's like New York. It's named after York.
Yeah, yes, that's what I'm saying. And then you get it, like Hassan said, the borough.
New Amsterdam.
Some of the roads, some of the main strips in New York are named after past mayors. I heard like Philly, for instance. I heard one of the. I'm watching something about the history. So you're talking like after William Penn, before the quote forefathers, and they're saying the guy's name, and I'm like, oh, Locust. Now I know why Locust Street. Shit like that.
Even a lot of like when they talk about segregation, right? A lot of when they had segregation, a lot of Negro or black towns and all of that existed before segregation. Like they was already, a lot of these towns was already in existence and all of that.
Yeah, Reconstruction.
Right. So when they did integration, a lot of these cities that was already existing, they was actually recolonized. They was actually taken over by the government. You feel what I'm saying?
And like you said this the other day when you was talking about like a lot of cities that are underwater, like black owned or black communities, they're underwater or they're abandoned, but a lot of them are underwater or they've become dams. They've turned it into like a dam. Like I think I told you this before, but Central Park was a well-known black community called Seneca Village, and all the homes were owned by black people. But what did they do? They tore that down and made Central Park.
Now I went there. I did a live on a positive page when I went to Seneca Village and all that.
Yeah. But isn't Seneca Village like you can't see it because it's become the whole Central Park of Central Park is Seneca Village, but
they got a place in there. They got a place in there where you know how they make a.
Yeah, they keep
like a museum.
One little house.
Yeah, I get like relics of the past, pretty much that you could go.
Exactly.
I get.
It's like a lot of people talk about the Buddhist temple, Buddhist monks. those is reconstructions. Those are not the ancient people.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I say to people, if you ever go to Betsy Ross' house, it's this old rickety looking old house in between modern shit. It's like it looks like a relic of the past. You're like, what is this?
Like what's his name? Edgar Allan Poe. His house.
Edgar Allan Poe. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. The famous author that they make you read that story. It was either him. It wasn't Mark Twain. It was Edgar Allan Poe with a heart beating under the floorboard.
Yeah.
Which one was that? Mark Twain, or was that
You're
him?
right. That's Poe. That's Poe. You're right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he killed a man, and the heart was beating. His conscience was killing him because he heard the man's heartbeat under the floor. They teach you that in school. What weirdos?
That's what I'm saying. And it's like our kids learn Shakespeare, but meanwhile, like they don't. There's kids out here that don't know how to change the fluids on their car. Like, why did we take auto shop out of not auto shop? I mean, driving ed. Like, why would you take that out of school?
Because they slowly took the message out of the story. Like we used to read these books and all that to learn the moral message or the message to the story. But then they just, when they made entertainment and all that, people just think they see in movies.
I'm gonna jump down, y'all. Salute. I think I'm bebopping. Salute, y'all.
Salute. They just think they watching stuff for entertainment and all that. So they forgot the reason that these stories and this shit was made up. It was made to continue a message or a moral message throughout the generations. But, you know, these wicked people just turned it into entertainment to profit off of.
Unfortunately, as with pretty much everything in life, everything is really nothing new under the sun. So everything that these people do have been done throughout the generations. It's only different people doing it because we don't live long enough to know that, hey, there was some king who was doing the same thing that the president of our United States or whatever, you know, is doing. It's you know, the same behavior goes throughout history, and throughout history they change it or change history and, you know, put it to us, like you said, as entertainment through, whether it's through, you know, propaganda or psyops or whatever that nature. You know, that's why I'm real big on, I don't trust these people. And when I say these people, I mean the powers that be everywhere, the powers that be in India that are ruling their population, the powers that be over here. That's because, like you said as well, or I thought you said, all of these people are in cahoots with each other. All of these leaders. That's why you have the United Nations. The United Nations is a group of nations, and their leaders all come together and make worldly decisions. You know, that's why you have the G20 leaders, and they have their summits, and they always all. That's why you have like the Geneva. Whenever countries go to war, there's certain laws that they have to follow, like certain, like that were made during the Geneva Convention or whatever. Like, if these people aren't in cahoots with each other, if I go to war with another country, how can that country say, hey, you could shoot anyone on land, but someone coming out from an airplane in a parachute, you're not allowed to shoot them in the air. You got to wait till they hit the ground. Like, if I'm at war with you, what would make you think that I care about any sort of rules? But that lets you know it's just like in the courtroom. You might think your lawyer or your court-appointed lawyer and Commonwealth attorney are against each other, but really behind the scenes, they're eating lunch with each other and the judge brought it for them. So it's like, that's what's going on in this world. And that's why I don't trust the powers that be.
Right. Because to bring it back to my point is what they all have in common, like every government, every leader of a nation and all that is controlling a population. So they work together to keep control of their population. Now, if one of them see that they can gain control of somebody else's population, they might become a war. They might go to war with them. But the other people who's watching, they see if this person beat these people in war, they'll be powerful enough to start controlling their population. So they'll come together to stop that threat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why you have things like NATO and things of that, because you have certain countries that are aligned with each other and have alliances, protect each other, trade with each other. You have certain countries that hate a particular country, but then guess what? A country that you might hate a certain country or be at war with a certain country, and there's another country that you really don't like as well, but for the sake of both of y'all hating that other country, because it's a common enemy for both of y'all, you'll come together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
it's
things of
kind
that
of what like
nature.
what they do here on YouTube. Mike
Yeah,
P,
straight up.
salute. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
cult. What you call it? Cult like behavior.
But like also you got to remember that Saddam Iraq shit, that unilateral shit, that was a statement showing America has the power to more powerful than the United Nations.
Man, and I don't listen. You said you talking about Saddam, like the one they killed.
You know how they did the unilateral strike? They did it without
Yeah,
the vote of the United Nations. They just went in and they said, "Listen, this is what we gonna do. Whoever's with
we
us
got
is
his
with us. We still
location.
gonna
We
do."
gonna
Yeah,
Yeah, and they just straight bombard. They pretty much ambushed them or whatever. And
yeah,
even with that I feel like even with that, man, like they said that man, just like him and Bin Laden, these people had ties to leaders in our country way back in the day, and was cool with these people. You know what
right.
I'm saying?
Because
Now
a
all
lot
of
of
a
them went to
sudden,
school. They was educated. A lot of people came here for education here, or the UK Southwest Jets salute. So a lot of people went to school in these countries, these colleges, and then they went back to their countries to become leaders and shit like that. So a lot of them have connections. A lot of these motherfuckers, some CIA, some politicians, they went to school with some of these other country leaders and prime ministers and shit, because they came to get the best education in either the United States or or the UK.
yeah, yeah,
So yeah, it's crazy, man.
all of that stuff is. I
That's why
do
the
feel
Bin
like,
Ladens, remember when they had Bin Laden went to school with a couple of these motherfuckers, and then when they had that shit between Bin Laden, some of his family over
yeah,
here had to leave, and they had
they
stocks
said
in
he went to
Snapple and all that.
terrorist school over here. They
Yeah,
said
that's
he
what I'm
was
trying to
taught
tell you.
by our military
Yeah,
how to
yeah,
be a terrorist in a different country or
yeah,
whatever.
yeah. Because the
Like how to
Taliban, all of
spy,
them
how
was
to infiltrate.
all of them was taught that shit because they was taught they used these people to fight a guerrilla war against another dictatorship that was in the country, and then when that dictatorship fell, these same people who they trained, instead of passing over the power to who these countries, the greater powers wanted them to, they took over themselves. It's kind of like Fidel Castro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you know how this shit is, man. It's puppet. They put in puppet rulers in place, but sometimes these puppet rulers be like, "Man, fuck y'all. I'm gonna do what I want to do." Then they have to come in there and send another
Yeah, and
they help the rebels take over.
and we know what happens to those puppet rulers as well though. I'm talking about like as far as the ones who get put in position and they not really the ones with the power, but they getting told what to do. But then after a while, when they realize they have power, they try to go against, the ones who are dictating them, because they see that, hey, what you telling me to do or what you're requiring isn't right. I'm about to speak out because now I'm in the know. And you guys appointed me this position. Now I'm going to speak out about y'all. We know what
Right,
happens to people like that. They get killed.
right, right,
they get defamed. They get killed. They get exiled. We
right.
we seen stuff like that. Like look at Edward Snowden. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Exposed all the secrets. And then the crazy part is that the people, they get away with it because even he exposed certain secrets, right? And the people still look at him as a terrorist in this country. They still look at him like, oh, you turn your back on our government and on the
right,
United States, da da da. But really, he was trying to help people by telling people what these people are doing or what he know
right,
of that they're
right,
doing. You know what I'm
right.
saying?
And that's why I don't have faith in the government and people, because people really don't. A lot of them is programmed, and they really don't care. A lot of people act like they care about some and shit, but
Hmm.
when it's time for solutions and them to take action and all that, they ain't quick to try to jump to it. But when it's something really is cold dear to their heart or they really believe in, they ready to go all out for it. You know what I'm saying? So it's not about right or wrong. It's about what benefits them. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. It's whatever train they're able to get on at that time or whatever horse they're able to ride at that moment, they're going to get on it. And
Right.
yeah, you're
Because if
absolutely right.
you believe you fighting for injustice and right and wrong, you fight for every injustice, not just the ones that affect you or the ones that you can benefit from. You need to fight for every injustice. You see what I'm saying?
Right. And that's why I say all the well, I don't say it all the time, but I will bring it up. But like when I say, like a lot of times a lot of hate is not just, yeah, okay, a lot of people, we know about the perpetual, we know about the history that has been perpetuated throughout the years, supposed history, alleged history of blacks and whites and stuff like that, and people seem to only focus on that. But what about Spanish people who come to this country, or what about other people, other walks of life that go through the same type of ordeal? But people ignore that, and they only pinpoint, as you said, one particular thing. So like blacks don't care about all race, all racial tendencies or all racism. They only care about racism when it involves white, black, and a white person feeling some sort of way about a black. But like, let's say it's a black person talking bad about a Spanish person. Oh, they don't stick up for that. They don't care. Well, I'm not gonna say all, but that's not the focal point. The focal point is always black and white. Black and white. When there's millions of people who get discriminated on, and millions of people who, they they're racially profiled, or there's some sort of racial slur being told towards them, or disrespected or hated for their race. Like there's millions of other complexions that go through the same thing.
Yeah, but what you got to remember is before any of these other people came and went through this stuff, the black people who was here and all that went through all of that, they went through it first, and they still didn't get justice. So you got to remember, the people who was fighting for justice in the civil rights, they wasn't fighting for black rights. They was fighting for rights for everybody, civil rights for everybody. And then what happened was a lot of people got civil rights and extra rights and things of that nature, and they was pushed back to the back. So our people already fought for everybody's civil rights, for the right for even these people, these immigrants and all of that, to come over here to be even oppressed over here. You see what I'm saying? So it's like now people feel like we gotta fight for us. We gotta worry about us because everybody else is worrying about them. They're not worried about themselves. We are the people who was in the front lines dying and all of that for everybody's civil rights. But we got the shitty end of the stick. We got pushed to the back. And the same people we fought for their rights and civil rights, they not helping us out now, trying to get us our justice that we was the first ones, to be promised justice, like such as reparations. If everybody feel like, people deserve their rights and all that, everybody should fight for the people to get their reparations and all that. It shouldn't be an argument. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So until they right their original wrong, until they do right by the people that they did wrong,
yeah, but how
build this whole country, how is we gonna believe or respect them doing it for other people?
But this this is also the thing. The same people, okay, so when there was a fight for everyone's rights, okay, they were seeking rights. They were seeking for everyone to have rights, but they were seeking for everyone to have rights to be given by what? A group of a select group of people. Like they were expecting for these select group of people to give everyone equal rights. Well, now today, these same selected these group of people that have been doing all walks of life foul, right? We can't expect for them to finally say, oh, well, you know what? We're fighting for ours now, even if no one wants to fight for us, even though we fought for them. We're fighting for ours now. We can't expect for those people to to do anything because they're corrupted anyway. You get if that I don't know if I explained that right, but
No,
it's like
I understand what
I
you're saying.
can't go to a bully and expect a bully to have mercy. Like, you can't go to a bully and say, hey man, can you just let me slide this? He's your bully. He don't care about like you not being able to eat your lunch or you being stuffed in the locker. And that's how I feel the power that be is. And that's why I say the best thing to do, agreeing with you, is to set ourselves aside and stop preaching to these people and stop reaching out to these people and trying to fight to these people and just do our thing without validation by these people, because clearly they're going to do what they want. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's to hurt you or harm you or whatever, they're going to try to do what they want. So the best thing for us to do, to the best way to fight, is to, hey, you know what, I'm not even going to seek any sort of incentive from you, because I already know your background is corrupted anyway. You are in this position of power because you've corrupted people throughout the generations and you've done wicked things throughout the generations. So why would I think at this point in time you'll finally hear our cries for reparations and rights? You get what I'm saying? It's a waste of time.
But it sounds like a waste of time, but you got to remember, a lot of us, we did that. We was already segregated. We was flourishing. We was doing our own thing, and they attacked us, and they took that shit. They took it. You see what I'm saying? So we was forced to integrate. We're under their oppressive system, so it's not easy for us to do. We have to.
And that's it.
We have to. And that's where our money comes from.
But that's my point, though.
Iggy eggs.
That's my point right there. At some point in time, as you said, we had certain things. We had the Black Wall Streets, the Seneca Village, and all of these other things. We've had things before, and if they did not care about destroying that, and this is what I'm saying. Don't get it mixed up as if I'm saying, hey, let it happen. No, what I'm saying is, yo, we don't need these people to survive. Like if they was to take the internet, okay, good, take the internet. We don't need the internet to survive. That's not going to make or break who I am. But those who are stuck in that box of, okay, I need, if they don't give the validation, or if they don't give me the thumbs up to say it's okay, then it's not okay. And if it's not okay, I'm gonna fight for their okay. No, I'm not fighting for your okay or your validation. I'm not fighting for that. I'm gonna do what I want to do regardless. You know what I'm saying? And be a good person. And if it crosses paths with them because they're wicked and they don't like me coming with a group of people, we all buy our own stuff, come together and make a community, and if they don't like that, then we know that their heart was never for us to begin with. Like, why? You know what I'm saying? So if we had our own stuff and they tore it down at some point in time, why would we go to the same people who tore our stuff down and say, hey, we want, we want to have our own stuff, like we want reparations? Why, when they tore our stuff down before and got rid of stuff, they didn't care then? You get what I'm saying? It's like
Jessica,
a bully's gonna be a bully forever. We can't expect mercy.
So say that you had something and somebody took it away from you. How do you get it back from them?
You go back and take it, right?
Right, but what if you're not strong enough?
I guess we would have to figure it out.
And that's what we do.
But that's the thing.
We figuring out how to get what we need under their oppression. That's what we figure out.
Now look, but that's what I'm saying. If someone took something, right, and we know, okay, we try to get it back, we can't get it because we're not strong enough. Let's say we get more and fortify ourselves even more and get more people to do so. Look what you have to do so. So there's nothing wrong with that. I feel like, hey, that's why I'm saying we need to live and do things on our own and not do things and expect for these people to look and pay attention and say, okay, all right, they finally listen. They've been coming together for years now pleading their cases to us outside our doors. You know what I'm saying? Let's finally give them what they want. No, we're going around your house. We're going around your community. We're going within and building our own thing. That's what I feel like
But we
we
gotta
should
do.
do.
But
You know,
we gotta do it within the boundaries of their rules and their law.
yeah, that's true too. So I guess at the end of the day, it's a catch
Negotiate.
22
Yeah.
because
So
because that is true. But I don't feel like we should make a. I feel like the stand has been knocked down. Like I feel like that is the best way for people to really, any sort of oppressor that you have, you can't expect for your oppressor to have mercy on you, because if they did, they wouldn't be oppressing you in the first place. So what do you do? I think we all, as all people, should continue to build our own outside of our oppressor, or even within. It's kind of like when you in jail or you in prison. There's prison rules. Hey, but what do people do? Okay, we operate within the prison system, within the prison rules, and have our own community of rules or situations. Yeah, we're getting along. We're not causing. We're not being outright defiant, in front of the prison guards and things of that nature. But we're also not literally worshiping them or following them either. You get what I'm saying? So I
yeah.
feel like that's how we should be. Like, instead of, it should be a bunch of like-minded individuals that come together and say, hey, look, we know the powers that be isn't going to allow this to happen, or we know they're going to try to trample. So whatever, let them try to do what they're going to do. But in order for us to maintain, we're going to come together and do this, or we're not looking for their record. We're going to be wise as serpents and gentle as doves, because if you try to go against your oppressor with aggression or anything like that, of course they're not, we can't really expect for them to bend over backwards for us. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what I'm saying.
Like,
That's what I'm saying. We did that already. And once we started flourishing and we seemed like a threat to them, they raided and attacked us and put our towns underwater. And they did all that other crazy shit. You ever heard of the Red Summer 1919?
no, at least not right now. It's not ringing a bell.
They called it a race war. That's when the Tuscaloosa, the Black Wall Street. But this happened all over the country. They was attacking black towns and they was labeling it as a race war, but they was really reconquering and recolonizing, black-owned towns and businesses and shit like that. So we already
all at once.
Right. So we already, like, after so-called slavery, we got out of slavery, we rebuilt our own thing and all that. We started flourishing, and then they seen that as a threat to their control of the lands and population. So they had to neutralize that. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I feel like the same way we did it or they did it in the past without without really looking for the recognition of those people. They did it, and then hey, the people came around and started destroying things. I feel like that's how we should be now. It's like ants. They build an ant mound and you kick it over. Guess what? They're not going to come against you. They going somewhere else and they going to build again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You knock that down.
right. And that's
And
what
that's
they
how I
keep
feel like
doing.
we should do. And we should
They keep
ignore the
knocking it
powers
down.
that be.
Like, they keep knocking it down. Like, a lot of your ideas is right, but we did it already. It's like when some people be like, oh, we should go back to Africa. We did it already. But everything we do, if we become, you got to remember, these people have power in the world. So if a new government or new people, independent people, started creating something and it looks like is a threat to their control of the population, they're going to try to neutralize it. They're going to try to conquer it. They're going to try to take it, because now if they let us grow, say we start our own nation and they let us grow with the sports, the music, we're going to start rising into where now we have a seat at the table in the United Nations. And now that's when it's kind of more difficult for them to destroy us. So they have to try to keep us at bay to keep control of this population. So when we was forced to integrate, like, we had to do what we had to do. We had to negotiate. Like, me and you wouldn't even be having this discussion if people would have just said, You know what I'm saying? We're not going to try anything. They rule. They got too much power and all that. What we did is we fought for people for civil rights, and we got a lot of other people behind us and all of that. But when we actually accomplished certain things and certain rules, and they sat at the table, a lot of the people who wasn't us, they turned their back on us. Now they're in positions of power, and they have the ability to help us and all of that. But their descendants and children decided, nah, we're going to go with the power structure. We're not going to reach back and help the people that helped us get in these positions. You feel what I'm saying? So a lot of people is bitter about that. Like a lot of our people is bitter. They feel like, damn, man, we put so much on the line and we did all of this for everybody, and now motherfuckers can't even, they look at us as this way. They say we the cause of everything. They criminalizing us. They making us look like we not the victims. You feel what I'm saying?
And that's why, and you know what? And that's why I never believed in voting and all this other crap. You know why? Because that is another thing. We speak about, this system, this beast of a system, right? We speak about how it's devouring people and things of that nature. But, and I'm not saying all, of course, but then we turn around and we vote these people into these positions. Well, me personally, I don't even believe personally anyone's vote counts. I think it's all selection. I believe it's all selection. It's never about, okay, let's give the vote to the people we're trying to control. Let's give them a word. No, it's that voting just makes them, is exactly what me, you, and Murph were talking about earlier. Voting is what they put out there to make you think that you count, to make you think that what your vote, your position counts. But really, they're gonna do what they want to do regardless. And with that, I feel like, hey, well, within the same, we need to do what we need to do regardless, because they're going to do what they want, whether we build ourselves up. Throughout history, it just goes to show you, we build ourselves up, no matter what race you are, no matter what class citizen you are, you build yourself up, and the people that are considered higher than you in life, all they have to do is try to tear you down. So I don't believe in voting for these people. I don't believe in putting these people in positions of power, because we're doing is putting them in positions of power to control us. If everyone just said, no, we're not going to vote and do our own thing. No, we're not going to vote for our councilmen to bring in more jobs or more homes or to do this or no. What we're going to do is we're going to come together and make it happen through our own personal resources. Of course, that's too much like, right? Because everyone is not going to agree to come together with all their resources. But this is what I feel like we should do, because crying to the people, or not crying, but looking for these same people who have torn us down throughout the generations, and they always continue to show this same pattern. We should not look to them to give us anything, because we know they could give and take back. It's happened. They can allow us to build and smite it down. It's happened. You know what I'm saying? And if they truly cared, it would have never, like you said, if the powers that be truly cared, if the people cared, all these places that we had would still be around. They would be thriving. They would be thriving to this day. But it just lets you know that when we give these people power to tell us how far, how high up we can go, then we don't have no choice but to accept what their limitations that they give to us. You know what I'm saying? Like, but when you don't accept what they're saying and you don't look to them and you just do your own thing, to me it's like it's a lot better, because yeah, they might come and still destroy what it is that you built, but guess what? You didn't come to them and ask for permission to build yourself up, and then they come later on and tear it down. You know what I'm saying? You did it so you can expect for them to come tear it down once you've been built up, because that has been their pattern throughout the generations. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Because what brings me back to population control, divide and conquer. Like, that's why they have Democrats, Republicans, liberals, all of these people. It's like cult. It's like now that you are a Republican, I vote Republican, I vote Democrat. You're not really voting for who has the best plan or who is the best leader for the country. You're voting for Democrat, Republican. So it's divide and
Yep.
conquer tactics. All of this shit is divide and conquer tactics, man. And,
Two wings on the same bird.
right?
That's
But
all
you
it
got to
is.
remember, like, not to say bring it back to race, but us black people from here, just because how we might not can blend in and fit in, is going to be more difficult for us to raise up in the ranks. Like say like the so-called, I'm not so-called, but the Jewish people, right? You got Jewish people, they started off coming into this country being oppressed, treated secondhand. You got say some Italians, you got some people, but now they can blend in and come up to the ranks and become powerful in this country, but it's still going to be more difficult for us to do that shit. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's yeah. I mean, I agree with you, but I agree with you on that part. But I still feel like, man, daggone if those people, if whoever feel like, hey, they ain't trying to, they're helping everyone else flourish and stuff like that. And hey, where's our turn? Well, guess what? We gonna take our turn, even if it's on an individual basis. You know what I'm saying? Even if we can't come together as a collective and and agree on how me and you are seeing things. If we all can't come together as a collective and decide, okay, this is what's going on, then we have no choice but to do it on an individual basis. Meaning, I do what I do to live and lead my family and my life, and to get us through, and not rely on these people or be worried about what they're doing or fall for propaganda or psyops or who they're favoring or who they're not favoring. And vice versa, same for you and everyone else like us who think alike. Because the sad, unfortunate part about it is we can sit here and say, hey, we need to do this and come together, and a lot of times come together and form a plot to come against these people directly, right? But most of us don't want to do that. A lot of people don't want to, because there's too much tearing, there's too much tearing apart within. Meaning, how can a house stand? How can a house stand? If the foundation itself is messed up, like how can we stand together if within us there's conflict and problems and issues, and people really don't want to come together? People are envious, people are in competition. Like, back in the day, and I wasn't there, but back in the day, black people, were a lot more humble with themselves as far as coming together for the overall good. Meaning that person is not going to hate on that person. If they both escape, they're not going to hate on each other. They're going to take the fact that they both escaped, come together. Hey, you got oranges, I got bananas, we need to eat a meal tonight. Okay, boom, we got oranges and bananas. But and that's like I know that kind of sound like a simple example, but that's how it was. People were humble. Like they didn't mind helping each other and coming together and helping each other. But that just doesn't exist in this age, which is why I say a lot of people want the solutions, but they want the solution right then and there. They want you to say, okay, well, that sounds good. Well, here, come purchase me and purchase everyone in my community and fund us all, so we could all, get this resolution that you're talking about, or come solve this issue. But they don't want to come together independently, and hey, you bringing this to the table, I'm bringing this to the table. That never happens, because it's always it becomes oh, you got more than me, or you got too much, or you have less, or no, I don't like you anyway. Forget the common good of coming together. I just don't like you. You know what I'm saying? Or I just don't like, we don't have that. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's sad to say that, but from my experience, what I've seen in life, we just don't have it. Because like, even, Spanish people, I say it all the time. They could be from different countries, different cultures, different, and the dialect might be a little different. Even on the outs, they're beefing with each other. MS-13 might not like Southside locals, but inside the prison system or jail, they come together. You got honey buns, you got soups, you got envelopes. We got resources. We come together, but we don't do that. Anytime it's like it's a crab in a barrel effect, because anytime a couple is about to make it out to do something to help the rest, or anytime a couple want everyone to come together and bring all their resources, there's always some sort of problem in between, to where we hold ourselves back. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times that's what goes on. We hold ourselves back, and the powers that be don't help us, because they set it up to where we're going to kill each other and kill ourselves, and they don't have to do it. They don't have to kill us, because we're going to kill ourselves the way they set it up. You get what I'm saying?
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying, but like me personally, I thought, I used to think a certain type of way, like, I'm for myself and all that. But I start, all praises to the Most High. When I felt my faith, I realized that I was born into something that, my ancestors and all that was fighting for. And even if they didn't, people or them, they didn't believe that this might happen in their lifetime, it didn't stop them from still putting out that message of being equal or being free. It still didn't stop them about fighting for that freedom and all of that, even though they knew they probably won't make it to the promised lands and things of that nature. But they knew, they had faith that one day, things is going to change. So like, I'm born into that. So I look at it like, yeah, maybe a lot of people don't really care, or they not about sticking to coming together, and people, it might not happen in my lifetime. You feel what I'm saying? But
right.
I'm farther away from being a slave or segregate,
Right.
or shit like that. So maybe in the future, I don't know what the future holds, but at the end of the day, all praises to the Most High. If you Christian, or you have that faith, one day that everything gonna be all right. And maybe it's not today, or maybe you might not live to see the promised land, but that doesn't mean you need to stop the fight or fight against the fight. You feel what I'm saying?
No, I agree. That's why I say it really, man, it boils down to, I agree with you, but it really just boils down to an individual basis. Because me and you, it could be you and me and 10 others that think alike, right? But let's say we go against, well, let's say we try to bring others, 100 others that are totally, no, I ain't. You want me to what? You want me to bring my foot? So wait a second. So you trying to tell me you have 25,000? I got 10,000, you got 30,000, and you want me to bring my 10,000 and put it together with y'all's. No, I'm not doing that. I'm gonna keep my 10,000. That's the mentality that most people, have. I agree with, as far as, we people should come together. We should come together. We should try to establish our own, build our own, and things of that nature. And I think, like, that fight in life never ends, no matter what walk of what culture or complexion or whoever you are. That type of fight never ends. So it seems to be ongoing for everyone. But I am going to be logical and say to myself that, hey, everybody is not going to think like us. So that's what makes it even more harder. Not saying that we should stop trying, but what I'm saying is, the thinking is, a lot of times, is backwards, because most people, they don't want to join. They when you try to bring them, or when you, hey, I got an idea, you have an idea, let's come up with a grand idea. No, I'm gonna keep my idea to myself. No, I gotta take, you know what I'm saying? And because of that, that's why I say it tears us up within, because we can't set aside our differences within our circle, or let's say within us. We can't set aside our differences to come together for overall, big difference. You get what I'm saying? And
Like,
that's
right, and that's what I'm saying. Right now, maybe that idea is not going to work for right now in our lifetime, but us putting that idea out into the universe, that information out, maybe this is for 3 generations down, that people might this idea might resonate. We don't know. This shit come from the Most High. A lot of times people want to see results, and they want to see the results and live off the results, and live off the benefits of the results. But sometimes it's not meant for you.
Yeah, it doesn't
to
come
live
right away.
off the results. It's just meant for you to put that idea, spark that idea. You might not be able to see the promised land, but one day, you know what I'm saying? This could happen.
Yeah.
So me personally, like, all right, like I never thought. I mean, I'm just using as an example, the whole Obama thing. I never thought in my lifetime we'll have anything that even resembles or looks like a black president. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like I lived to see that, but people died believing that we'll never have someone who looks like Obama as our president. And now it's people who was born after Obama was already president. They don't know what it looks like, or to think that we would never have nobody who looks like that as a president. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, you never know. Things can change in your lifetime, or they might change.
But you know what's
in the next
crazy?
lifetime.
I'm that type of person, and I'm this type of person, and I'm sure there's others who is gonna be like, okay, like let's say I came along in just this generation after Obama. Like let's say I was born after Obama was president and stuff like that, and I grew up and realized, oh, we had a black president. I'm a logical person that's gonna be like, okay, well, finally, now that we finally had one, what did he do for us? And if no one can really explain what it is, what difference that he really brought to the atmosphere of the world, then it's like, okay, we just lived up to be able to say, okay, one man did become a leader of the United States. But how did that benefit all of us individually together, besides the fact that, hey, at least we got to see finally a black man in office running something. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it benefits us in a way that, like, sometimes when we was kids, we'd imagine ourselves like, I'm the president of the United States, and this idea sparked. They start making movies where in the movie the president is black, but this didn't really happen in real life. But the even the pretend or seeing it in a movie or something gives a young kid the audacity to even think that they can do it. So now that gave Obama or one of these people the audacity to even try, and then they made it. They did it. You see what I'm saying? So now that part is done, now it ensures young
that,
people
hey,
who look like
other people can do it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So
Another
that's why I
person
said
could
a
do
lot
it
of
if they
times.
wanted to.
Right.
Yeah,
So
I get it.
that's why I said a lot of times, even as kids and stuff, and when we imagine stuff, maybe it might not happen in our lifetime, but if we put that thought out there later, this might be something for later on. Like a lot of times, prophecies and stuff like that is just ideas of what people think may be true, and they don't have no evidence, but they just put it out there, and then later on it turns out that this shit is really real. So this person looks like a prophet. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, once you put the idea out there, like, people whatever we can imagine. I believe, not everything, but I believe our imaginations is so powerful. Once we see it and we believe it, even if it's not real, we can make it real. You feel what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah, it's like manifest destiny. Like, a lot of times where they say like, oh, when you think something long enough, eventually it's gonna happen. Like if you say something long enough, eventually it's gonna happen. But I believe strictly, like, there's power in the tongue. So like, I believe, what a lot of things that scripture,
But
says, and
people look at that like instant gratification. They think if you believe that this going to happen, they believe it's going to happen in their lifetime or to them. But that's not what it's about. It's about, if you put it out there, it may happen 1,000 years later, 100 years later, tomorrow. You don't know.
Yeah. But you know what's sad? A lot of times and I get that. Hey, It might not happen in certain things don't happen in a generation. It might happen 5 generations over, or 10 generations, or 100 years from now, or whatever the case might be. But just imagine the people who are living their lives like me. I would rather come together with the people who are living while I'm living and make life better for us. And I don't mean like, of course, it's not going to happen then and there, but like, let's say there's a group of people and we all have like the same aspirations. Okay, let's come together if we all can and do it and start now. And then, yeah, of course, generations from now, through this process, others might see and do the same or join along, or others might be like, nah, I'm not with it. I'm all for self. I'm worried about self, which there's no problem for that, right? There's no problem. But the problem begins when we spend our whole lives just doing. It's like, but like what you said, when we spend our whole lives talking about the solution, but we're not willing to bring that solution in on an individual basis. Like, people will always say what everyone else needs to do, but when they need to do it personally, they don't do it. They'll just wait until everyone is able to come together and do it. So this is why I say, when I say, man, we should come together outside of the powers that be, but also, if everyone else isn't on board, okay, eventually, maybe throughout the generations, they'll get on board. Their generation will get on board. But at least we start right now within ourselves, with each other. But a lot of times it just don't happen. It happens like this. Hey, you grew up with 10 dudes, 10 dudes you grew up in your neighborhood. Y'all was friends. Most of the time, y'all are going to be the ones to start some sort of positive, movement or coming together. But let's say John, 2 blocks down from you, that you also grew up with, you might have seen him around, and let's say you want to, hey, me, I'm sure the fellas, we all grew up, we all came together and started this, whatever it is. We put all our resources together and came up with whatever it is. They're not going to want to, a lot of times they're not going to want to be a part of that. Like, a lot of times the coming together only happens when it's people that we're familiar with and people that we've been familiar with and things of that nature. And that's why I say, I understand that, change comes sometimes. It does. Change isn't instant. It happens. It unrolls like a scroll, right? But I feel like a lot of times, most people not even trying to unroll the change. They're just waiting till the scroll is placed right in front of them, already unrolled out to so it's like, hey, we should storm it's like we should storm the White House, and everybody's waiting for that one person to go first.
Yeah, but
you get
it's
what I'm
not.
saying?
It's probably not that. It wasn't the time for it to happen. It was the time for it to. First, it starts with a thought. Like, you got to remember, it's people in a time where we wasn't able to read, that had a dream or a vision or a belief that one day we will be able to read. You see what I'm saying? But maybe in a lifetime we wasn't able to read, but they told this idea to their children and their friends, and then generations down, this information or vision or dream got to somebody who said, you know what, I know we're not supposed to read and all that, but I'm gonna learn how to read. I'm gonna start teaching people how to read. And maybe in that lifetime, people was like, nah, I don't want to learn how to read. I'm going with how it's supposed to, how it is, and all of that. So now this one person who just did it or kept speaking about it, maybe 4 or 5 generations later, people started reading, and then people started getting the right to read. And then we came along, we got the right to read, to write, to do research, to come up with our own thoughts and visions and all that. And you got to remember, this started from somebody imagining this and dreaming this way back when, and other people was like, that's crazy, that'll never happen. But they believed this shit could happen and be possible, and they was dreaming about us now. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we might have dream like your idea, like you might have a thought, like one day we gonna come together, or in whatever you saying, and down the line, this shit could happen. Like what you speaking of right now, 100, 200 years from now, can be happening. You see what I'm saying? And you'll be like a prophet and all that if it was written down and passed down, and they put Hassan said this 300 years ago, and now we're actually doing it. You're like a prophet. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see the difference. Yeah, but the thing is, with me, I'm like this. Whether people decide to come together or not, it's not gonna stop my individual uh my individual motion. So meaning, hey, that would be, that would be something that I would like, let's say, that would be something I would like to see. But reality is, it would be something that I would like to see, and though it might not happen then and there, it might happen whatever generations from now or years from now or whatever. So my brain is okay. Well, I'm going to continue to live. I'm not going, like, I'm gonna live on an individual basis and attract as many that is attracted to the motion. Now those who aren't attracted to the motion, I'm not going to spend my whole life trying to fight for them. You get what do you
No,
get
I
what I'm
get it.
saying?
I get it, but what you
Like
gotta
I
remember.
feel like the example starts with our individual like motions on, okay, what are we going to do individually, even though we know, it's too much like right for all of us to come together at one time and say all these right things and do all this. We know that's like not going to happen right away, though it might happen throughout time. So what can I do now, within my own personal, to start to get this motion going, even if I'm a one will person and the motion's only going because of me, and it's only has effects on my personal life. Well, then that is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Vision
Now,
salute. My bad.
a lot of people, and that's what I say. Like, a lot of people, they don't want to, they don't want to get with it until they see that, they don't want to be in the house until they see the house is completed, everything. They don't want to share no parts in building the house. And me, that's not going to stop me from building the house, because eventually I'm building it for me, and then I'm gonna live in it if no one else does. You get what I'm saying? And I ain't dying. I'm not building this house my whole life for a bunch of people who really don't want no parts of it. You get what I'm saying? I'm gonna build it because I'm gonna live in it, right? And then as I'm building it along the way, whoever sees my individual progress and decides, hey, I want to help because I think that's a good idea, I want to live under the roof that join. But I'm not gonna be out here like, look, y'all, I'm about to start building. Hey, I'm about to, anyone helping?
Like
No,
you
I'm
said,
not spending my life doing that.
But
You
you
know what
gotta
I'm saying?
remember, when you building a house, you would like to see this house completed and built, and you living in it. But in actuality, you already seen it in your mind. You already seen it, but you probably didn't experience it. So now, building this house right after you build the house and before you even get to live in it, you might not make it. You see what I'm saying? So it's like you might not get to experience living in the house, but you seen this already in your mind, and you even start building it, and you even completed it building it, but you didn't make it further enough to actually experience and live in it. You see what I'm saying? But somebody's gonna come along and live in what you've seen and built in your mind, in your vision. You feel what I mean? So you don't know if they're gonna do exactly what you want them to do inside of that house, because all praises to the Most High. The Most High just used you to see it or build it, but you wasn't meant to live in it. It was meant for whatever the Most High chose you to build it or see it for. It's not about what you want to do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I feel, yeah, and I feel like, a lot of times as well, and it's unfortunate, but a lot of times, it's not the will of the Father for, well, I'm not gonna say it's not the will, but it's like, just like I can't foresee that. I can't, like I might build something and then I might not even live long enough to finish or to see the actual final, the finalization of it, right? But I do realize as well that based how do I want to say, I do realize as well that like sometimes it's only meant for people who are willing to go through the process, like the rest who don't want to go through a process, who don't want to do, what I'm saying, sometimes it's not the will for them to come along, and I don't fight for them. You get if that makes sense. I don't fight for them because what if it wasn't there, like I'm not gonna like spend my whole life building something, and then the person that I'm trying to build it for, the people that I'm trying to build it for, like at the end of it all, they don't come around to live in it or utilize it or whatever. Like I'm building it for me, right? And whoever comes and helps as along the process, that's fine. Open to it. We're come together and build together and things of that nature. But I'm not going to spend my life for, building something. And then let's say I want those people to obtain what it is I built, or think that, hey, maybe when I'm gone, and then let's say they don't. Then I didn't spend my whole life building a house, not for me, but for other people who really didn't want to come live in it in the first place. So that's why I say a lot, it starts on the individual basis.
I
It
understand
first
what
has
you're
to
saying,
start
but
with us
at the end
personally.
of the day, whatever you build and all that, you're not going to be here forever. So whatever you building, you in that moment of you being here, you might think you built it for that particular thing, but once you gone, whatever you was meant to build that for, that's in the Most High's hand. The Most High knows what you building this house for. You may think and you building it for a certain people, or you building it for yourself. But when you gone, you have no control over that. Whatever
No, you
happens,
don't.
whatever happens to that house you built, that was the Most High's plan. You feel what I'm saying?
That's true, and that's why I say, what's the sense in, if we don't know our Most High's will, we don't know God Almighty's will for us individually. So that's why I say, that could very well be true. Hey, it might not be the will for it, and that's why I say, not knowing other people's wills and what they're willing to do, or what they're not willing to do, or the will for somebody, not knowing that, you know we can't live our lives knowing that you get what I'm saying. Like, we can't live our lives knowing that, hey, we're gonna do things, and then, hey, this just might not happen from it. No, we have to live our lives that enables us to make it in this life and make it in this world, and those who are attracted to the same thing will come along, whether they wasn't attracted to it at first and then they see and now they're attracted. You know what I'm saying? But it overall has to start with, like, I'm not going to go build a house, right? I mean, I would, because my heart is, but I'm just talking about, like, just for example, I'm not going to go build a house just and spend my whole life, right, doing it just for nobody. Like, meaning, I don't know who's going to come stay. I could build this whole house, and then the powers that be come and tear it down right after I'm done. Like, I'm done building it, I pass away, and they tear my house down, or they tear it down, and I spent my life building it for other people, instead of building it for myself and me living it. And let's say I complete it in my lifetime, right, and I get to live in it. Well, then I got the benefits of what I was building it for. Now, if it benefits others who come after me, I'm not against that either. But I'm not going to work for the unknown, meaning, like you said, we don't know the Most High's will for most people. So sometimes, we have a will that we want to do for ourselves and think that, hey, the other our will is other people's wills, but it's not. And that's why I say it, we can't spend our lives fighting for things that are basically just out of our control. Like, we can only control and deal with what's within our own personal control. You get what I'm saying?
No, I
Like,
understand, but like I said, I'm on a mission and a message. A lot of this shit don't benefit me, in no way. Like, I don't really get nothing out of it, but I'm doing it because you know, for a reason. I don't know what the reason is and all of that, but the Most High know what the reason is. Sometimes, you know, sometimes we do things and we think we know what we're doing it for, or we think, you know, this is the idea or not, but we really don't know. We're doing this because this was in the Most High's plan, or we wouldn't be doing it. But we don't know the plan. Like we can imagine that we doing it for anything, but once we leave this planet, this planet Earth, whatever we made or we built and left behind is gonna do what it's gonna do. It's gonna happen however the Most High wanted it to happen, because we don't got no control over. Oh, we can't tell people, oh, we built this for a specific people. You can't go in there and all of that because we not here. You see what I'm saying?
I agree.
So whatever that shit was built for real, we not only the Most High knows.
Yeah, I agree, and that's why I say the only thing we could do is on an individual basis, do it for whatever your reason is, you know, whatever that another person's reason is, but it has to be, you have to have some a personal, well, you don't have to, but
You don't have to, but it helps with
depending on certain
motivation.
things, individual motivation or purpose. You get what I'm saying? Because it's like and this is just no one is investing in someone who's not going to invest in themselves. You get what I'm saying? And that pertains to any whether you're an employee, whether you're whoever you are. Most people are not going to invest into someone who is not willing to invest into themselves at all. You get what I'm saying? So I'm me personally, it's like I'm willing to invest into other people. That's just, you know, where my heart is, as far as like, you know, I want to see everybody thrive, or everybody, and I don't mean like a worldly thrive, like people become rich and all that. I mean just happy and at peace in life, and feeling good, right? And not feeling all these negative things that we feel in this world. But the sad part is that just, you know, it just doesn't happen that way. So my goal is to live that way, and whoever is, you know, sees it and they want to do it as well, then they're, by all means, you know, they're their own selves, they can do so the same. And the more that do it, hey, you know, the bigger it becomes. But if, let's say, no one decides to, well then, hey, I'm not going to lose any sleep, because it's like we don't want to.
My bad. I'm about to get off here, but finish your point, and I got vision right here, but I'm about to get off here in a second. DBN, salute. But my bad, go ahead.
Yeah, nah, you good, bro. But yeah, my point is, like, you know, we invest in those who the investment is worth it. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't want to invest in somebody and they're not even willing to invest in themselves. Then it's like you worked your whole worked your whole life for nothing. You was willing to die for nothing. You get what I'm saying?
Well, I'm gonna let you say what you need to say, Vision, but I'll end with this for myself. It's like if you take the story of like Solomon, David, you know, they was commissioned to build a temple for the Most High, right? So these people was really building physical temples and all of that. So they thought they was building these physical temples for the Most High, but at the end of the day, the real temple is you, is your body, is you, is the real temple. So when they was building these temples and making these laws and all of this type of stuff, they didn't understand that they was really building themselves as a temple of the Most High. So they didn't know. They just thought it was a physical thing. I'm building these temples. Those temples don't really mean nothing. Those are just structures and buildings. They didn't know that the real temple, they was building themselves as a certain type of person to serve the Most High. You feel what I'm saying? But I'll end with that.
You're right. You're right about that. In a cut. But you know the trip part is the reason why God asked them to build that was just for classification for us to obey. That's all that was. Like when he want us to do something,
we supposed to do it. But they did it like King Solomon. He done it, but the only reason why he transgressed because he loved the outlandish women. Women turned him from what he was supposed to do.
Right.
You know, he had a thing for freaks.
Right. And that's why those physical temples was destroyed. You know what I'm saying? So like if you look at Karate Kid, when Mr. Miyagi had Daniel's son wax on and wax off, he didn't know he was learning how to block. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, there was an overall reason for it that he didn't know about.
Right.
Yeah, and that's
you're
why
on perm with that, Jeremy. Look like Hassan was on perm too. You know what I'm saying? Building stuff, but in reality, like if it ain't gone well, you can build it all you want. It's only gonna last until you ain't chilling no more. Anything you build on God will, it'll last over time because it's gonna send somebody like you to keep it going. Other than that, anybody gonna step back.
All right. So I'll let you. Y'all got anything to end with before I get up out of here?
Nah, I ain't gonna wrap you up, bro. Good combo though, man. Man, I hope y'all fellas stay blessed, man, and at peace and stay safe, man. Always. You already know.
You too, my bro. Everybody be
That's
safe.
right, man.
Got anything
Blessing
to
all
end
the
with,
brothers and
Vision?
sisters, man. No, I just ask God to bless all the brothers and sisters that, you know what I'm saying, they stay strong through these tough times. It ain't gonna get no better, yo.
That's it.
Right. All
That's
praises
it.
to the Most High, fellas. I'm out of here.
All right, y'all.
I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody.